Tonight, you are invited to rest. Let your breath slow, your body soften, your mind loosen its grip. This is a sleep story, a gentle path through forgotten time. We will wander together into quiet chambers of history, where ancient rituals were carved into stone, sung into silence, and then left behind. Some were offerings to the stars, some to the earth, some to mysteries we can no longer name. Archaeologists uncover the traces, yet their meaning slips away, as if guarded by the night itself. As you listen, you do not need to solve, or remember, or search. You may simply drift. Let the unanswered questions become soft companions for your dreams. This journey is not hurried. It is a calm unfolding, a guided sleep through the echoes of human wonder. Close your eyes when you're ready, and let the unknown carry you toward deep sleep and quiet peace. Chapter 1: The Silent Fire. Why rituals endure beyond time. In the beginning, before temples rose, before the first words were pressed into clay or carved upon stone, there was fire. A gathering of figures around its glow, sparks rising into the dark shadows cast upon the walls of caves. It is here, in these earliest gatherings, that ritual is born. Not as spectacle, not as doctrine, but as a slow rhythm of gestures, as breath and silence moving in unison. Fire was not only warmth, it was not only protection from the night, it was a mystery in itself, alive, consuming, transforming. To tend a flame was to guard something that never belonged wholly to human hands. The act of feeding it, watching it, surrounding it with intention became one of the first shared ceremonies. Archaeologists uncover circles of charred bone and stone, remains of hearths tens of thousands of years old. Yet they are more than remnants of meals. In some of these sites, bones are arranged with care, pigments scattered among the ashes, as if those who gathered there were not merely cooking, but communing, as if fire itself was a passage, a silent fire, speaking a language without words. Ritual, in its essence, endures because it is not bound to time. A gesture, repeated with intention, carries meaning beyond the moment. It imprints itself into memory, into the shared consciousness of a people, the raising of hands, the circling of stones, the offering of water or blood. These acts stretch across cultures separated by continents and centuries, yet echo one another with uncanny resemblance. We do not know why. We can only trace the patterns. The Paleolithic hunter in his cave, the Neolithic farmer on his land, the priest in the first walled city, all leave signs of ritual. Symbols painted on rock, alignments of stone with the stars, graves filled with objects for journeys we cannot map. Some scholars suggest ritual began as survival psychology, ways to ease fear, to bind community. Perhaps, yet what is striking is not only its ubiquity, but its persistence. Long after the practical need for ritual could fade, the forms remain. Even when a civilization collapses, its ceremonies often outlast its kings. From the embers of forgotten cultures, we glimpse fragments: the drum buried with its player, the chalice carved from stone, the repeated symbols etched into pottery, so consistent they suggest invocation rather than decoration. Each piece carries a weight of intention. Each whispers of moments when human beings stepped beyond the ordinary into something set apart. There is a rhythm to ritual that resists translation. To archaeologists, it is evidence. To anthropologists, it is culture. But to those who once performed it, it was something closer to the marrow of existence. Ritual allowed the unseen to touch the seen. It allowed grief to take shape, joy to be carried, fear to be transformed. We find burial sites where bodies are painted with ochre, where tools are placed carefully in the earth, as if preparing the dead for another life. We find altars where offerings were burned, their smoke rising skyward. We find circles of stone whose purpose cannot be explained by astronomy alone. The practical dissolves, and the symbolic takes its place. even the most enigmatic rituals, the ones carved into the walls of Göbekli Tepe or buried beneath the sands of Egypt, remind us that meaning was never simply utilitarian. These acts, performed again and again, connected human beings to cycles larger than themselves, to the stars, to the seasons, to the invisible currents of fate. And yet, for all our study, much remains unsolved. The silent fire still burns, but its language is half-forgotten. Think of the Sumerians, whose temples rose as stairways to the heavens. Their offerings of bread, oil, and wine, placed with precision, recorded on tablets, but never fully explained. Were they feeding their gods, or nourishing something within themselves? Or the ritual dances of early peoples, performed in circles, imitating animals, the hunt, the storm. We see echoes of these movements in cave art and footprints left in clay. Were they rehearsals for survival, or ceremonies to summon forces beyond human reach? The truth eludes us, because ritual is not only action, it is context. It is the story told in silence, the meaning shared in a look, the weight of generations repeating an act without ever writing its purpose. When the context is lost, all that remains are traces, gestures, without words. This is why rituals endure, even as their meaning fades. They are structures of human memory. Once set in motion, they carry their own momentum. A gesture repeated becomes tradition. A tradition repeated becomes sacred. Sacredness endures, even when the reason does not. Consider how many civilizations we know only through ruins, yet their rituals leave marks stronger than their politics. The temples of Malta, the passage graves of Ireland, the mound builders of North America. We do not know their kings, their wars, their laws, but we know that they gathered, they aligned, they offered, they sang. Their silent fire continues to burn in the fragments they left behind. There is humility in this, a recognition that ritual was never only about control or knowledge. It was about surrender, about placing oneself into a larger pattern, a rhythm that extends beyond the individual. This is why rituals are not solved like puzzles. They are experienced, embodied, and then passed forward or lost. The anthropologist Victor Turner once wrote of ritual as liminality, a threshold between worlds. In that threshold, the ordinary rules dissolve and participants encounter something that cannot be explained by reason alone. Whether it was the trance of the shaman, the silence of the priest, or the procession of the community, ritual carried them across a line, invisible but deeply felt. We may never recover the full meaning of these ancient rites, but perhaps that is the point. Their power lies in their mystery. They were not created to be explained, but to be lived. As we look back across thousands of years, across continents and cultures, one truth emerges softly. Ritual is older than history. It is older than writing, older than empire. It is the first bridge humans built, not of stone or wood, but of intention and gesture. A bridge between the known and the unknown. The silent fire still flickers in us, in the small ceremonies of daily life, in the ways we mark beginnings and endings, in the reverence that rises unbidden before the vastness of night. The great rituals may remain unsolved, but the impulse to perform them remains unchanged. And so, as we step into the forgotten chambers of history, we begin with fire, a flame tended in darkness, shared by hands long turned to dust, a flame that outlives language, that outlives empires, the silent fire that endures, reminding us that mystery was always at the heart of human life. Here, in the hush of this opening, we do not rush to explain. We let the fire speak. We let the silence breathe. We prepare ourselves to walk deeper into the shadows of forgotten rites, knowing that some questions will remain unanswered, and that in their unanswered state, they may be closest to truth. The chapter closes not with certainty, but with stillness. The fire dims to embers, the night deepens, and we follow softly into the ancient dark. Chapter 2, The Blood in the Stone. Göbekli Tepe's enigma in the rolling hills of southeastern Turkey. On a limestone ridge that overlooks the Harran Plain, there lies a place so old, it bends the mind. A site built thousands of years before the pyramids, older even than the first villages we know of. This is Göbekli Tepe, a name that now echoes through the fields of archaeology, whispered with reverence, and sometimes with unease. It is not merely its age that unsettles us. It is what it reveals, and perhaps more deeply, what it refuses to reveal. Here, on this lonely mound, a story of humanity is written not in ink or clay tablets, but in stone. Enormous T-shaped pillars rise from circular enclosures, some weighing up to 16 tons, lifted and set in place by hands that had no wheels, no beasts of burden, no written plans. Upon their surfaces are carved the images of foxes, vultures, wild boars, serpents, and creatures now extinct. They are rendered with precision, alive with movement, and in patterns that suggest intention beyond ornament. These are not random decorations, they are symbols. But symbols of what? Archaeologists, carefully excavating the site since its discovery in the 1990s, found no traces of ordinary life here. No hearths where families cooked their meals, no homes where children slept, no signs of farming or stored grain. There are no cemeteries, no workshops, no evidence that people lived their days here in any mundane sense. Instead, there are only these massive sanctuaries, rising in circles, layered one atop another, built and rebuilt across centuries. It is a place of gathering, yes, but gathering for what? Some have suggested feasting, others, initiation, others still whisper of sacrifice. In the center of many of the enclosures stand twin pillars, facing one another like sentinels. Their surfaces bare but for carved arms and hands that seem to clasp across their bodies. They are not merely pillars, but anthropomorphic forms, stylized beings of stone. To walk among them is to enter a forest of silent watchers, each one embodying a presence whose meaning has been swallowed by time. The absence of daily life. Here draws the mind toward ritual, toward the possibility that Göbekli Tepe was a sanctuary, not for one tribe alone, but for many. Hunter-gatherers from across the Fertile Crescent may have converged here, bringing offerings, carrying stories, binding themselves together through ceremonies performed beneath the sky. And yet, if this is true, it alters everything we thought we knew. For Göbekli Tepe dates to nearly 12,000 years ago, a time when most humans still lived in small bands, moving with the seasons, surviving by foraging and the hunt. The scale of construction here suggests organization, hierarchy, cooperation, on a level that should not have existed in such early days. It is here that archaeology begins to blur into mystery. Was Göbekli Tepe the spark of civilization, the sacred fire around which farming, settlement, and culture took root? Or was it the last echo of something older, a memory carried through catastrophe, rebuilt in stone by survivors of a world we no longer remember? The pillars themselves speak in fragments. The fox, an animal swift and cunning, appears again and again, as if bearing special meaning. Vultures, too, are carved into the limestone, wings outstretched, sometimes depicted with headless human forms. Scholars point to parallels with later Near Eastern traditions, where vultures were mediators between life and death, carrying souls skyward. Could Göbekli Tepe have been a place of excarnation, where bodies were left to the birds in ceremonies of transformation? Other carvings show snakes winding along the stone, scorpions poised with raised tails, wild boars charging. They are creatures of danger and survival, carved not in fear but in reverence. Perhaps each animal was a totem, a guardian, or a guide in rituals whose rhythm we can no longer hear. What deepens the enigma is not only what was built, but what was buried. For the builders of Göbekli Tepe did not abandon their sanctuary to erosion and time. They entombed it deliberately. Each circle, once used, was backfilled with earth, sealed away beneath layers of stone and soil, preserved like a message meant not to be read. Why would they bury what they had labored so long to raise? Some say it was reverence, an act of closure, as one generation ended a cycle of ritual and prepared for another. Others wonder if it was fear, an attempt to hide what could no longer be approached. In the soil that fills these chambers, archaeologists have found fragments of tools, bones of animals, traces of feasts. It is as if the burial itself was a ritual, as sacred as the construction. The alignments of the site have also stirred debate. Some researchers suggest that the enclosures point toward stars or constellations. Perhaps the belt of Orion, perhaps Sirius, the brightest star. Others see in the carvings references to celestial events, even to comets or cosmic catastrophes that shaped early memory. Whether these alignments are real or imagined, they remind us of the ancient human impulse to link stone and sky, to bind earthly ritual with cosmic order. And yet, Göbekli Tepe refuses to be solved. For every theory, evidence slips away. No writing accompanies the symbols. No oral tradition survived to explain them. What remains are stones, silent, immovable, speaking only through the echoes they stir in us. It is tempting to project onto them our own stories, our own myths, but perhaps it is better to let them remain as they are, unanswered questions carved into limestone. For their very obscurity is part of their power. They remind us that human history is not a straight line, but a tapestry of forgotten chapters, of rituals whose flames were tended and then extinguished, leaving only faint smoke drifting across time. When we stand at Göbekli Tepe, even in imagination, we stand in the threshold between survival and transcendence. The people who built this place were not yet farmers, not yet city dwellers, and yet they carved stone with patience and vision, raising sanctuaries that outlived them by millennia. Was it blood that anointed these pillars? Was it song? Was it the silence of thousands gathered, waiting for the stars to turn? We do not know. We may never know. And still, the question itself is enough to draw us deeper, because within the enigma of Göbekli Tepe lies a truth larger than explanation, that human beings, even at the dawn of history, reached beyond necessity into the sacred. They gathered not only to survive, but to remember, to imagine, to bind themselves to mysteries greater than their own lives. And so the site endures, not as a solved riddle, but as a silent fire in stone. Its pillars stand, weathered yet watchful, in a land where the wind carries the voices of forgotten ceremonies, and though its rituals remain unsolved, they whisper still, across the gulf of time, calling us to listen, not with the mind alone, but with the quiet places of the heart. The chapter rests here, in the hush of unanswered questions. The blood and the stone remain untouched by certainty, and we continue, carrying their silence with us, deeper into the labyrinth of ancient rites. Chapter 3. The Desert's Eternal Chant. The Mysteries of Nabta, Playub, beneath the shifting sands of Egypt's western desert. Far from the Nile's lifeblood, lies a circle of stones that has stood for millennia. Today, the place feels desolate, dry, and forgotten, a remote stretch of barren horizon. Yet once, long before the desert swallowed it, Nabta Playa was a lake, a shimmering mirror of water resting in what was then a fertile plain. Here, between 8,000 and 7,000 years ago, people gathered, long before the pharaohs, long before the hieroglyphs carved into stone. What they built remains a mystery. Arrangements of standing stones mark the site, aligned not randomly, but with intent, with order. Some fall into circular patterns, others align with the rising of the summer solstice sun, and others trace the slow turning of stars across the night sky. In this empty place, where no permanent houses were ever found, people carried heavy stones across the sands, shaping them into markers of memory, into echoes of ceremony. The effort speaks of devotion, a will to fix something sacred in the earth. even if the purpose has long since slipped into silence. Archaeologists see in Abda Playa what may be one of the earliest known astronomical observatories. Some claim its stones were arranged to track the movements of Orion or Sirius, the star that would later guide Egyptian calendars and mark the flooding of the Nile. Others suggest that these circles and alignments were tied not only to the heavens above but to the waters below, ceremonies of rain, fertility, and life bound to the desert's fragile lake. For in this place, water was survival, and survival itself may have been ritualized into song, procession, and offering. But Playa is not only stones in the sand. Scattered across the site are hints of deeper practice. Fragments of cattle bones have been uncovered, carefully placed in pits or beneath slabs of rock. These were not ordinary remains of food discarded after a meal. They appear to be offerings, sacrifices. Across early Africa, cattle were more than sustenance. They were wealth, lifeblood, companions, even sacred beings. To give a cow, to lay its remains into the earth, was to give part of the community's soul. Here, where the desert lake once rippled under green skies, entire animals may have been ritually buried, not for the living, but for the unseen. The image that emerges is not one of casual gathering, but of solemn ceremony. Imagine it, a procession walking slowly toward the stones, the desert air warm yet softened by the presence of water, the horizon vast and endless. They would bring with them chants, gestures, perhaps music made of flutes or drums of skin and wood. They might walk in silence too, the kind of silence that binds people into one rhythm, one shared intention. Around the stone circle, beneath the rising arc of stars, a ritual unfolded, its meaning locked away from us, yet its imprint written in the stones themselves. And still, questions remain. Why here, in this remote place far from fertile Nile valleys? Why invest effort in carrying stones, aligning them to solstices, when survival itself was precarious? Perhaps because survival was never just material. Perhaps because in the earliest chapters of human story, to endure meant not only to eat, but to connect with what lies beyond the horizon. To survive was to enter into relationship with the sky, with the waters, with the cycles of life and death. And ritual was the bridge. Some scholars draw lines between Nabta Playa and the later rise of Egyptian religion. The reverence for cattle echoes forward into the sacred bull cults of the Nile. The alignments toward Orion mirror later temples that looked to the same constellation as a marker of the afterlife. Could this quiet desert circle be a seed, a whisper that grew into the grand cosmology of Egypt's dynasties? Or is it something even older, more widespread, tied to the universal human urge to lift eyes skyward and see meaning in the stars? Yet, for all the theories, much remains hidden. No writing survives to tell us what prayers were spoken, what gods were honored, what fears or hopes drove the ceremonies. No songs linger in the wind. The desert, vast and patient, has swallowed the voices of Nabta Playa. Only the stones stand, silent sentinels in the sand, their message incomplete, their language fragmented. To stand before them today is to sense both presence and absence. Presence because the stones remain aligned, purposeful. Absence because the human heart that arranged them speaks no longer in words we can understand. In that gap lies mystery, the kind that draws us inward. It is a reminder that ritual is not always meant to explain, but to embody. Not always to be deciphered, but to be enacted. And so, Nabta Playa rests as a threshold, a desert's eternal chant, carried forward in silence. Each stone a syllable, each alignment a verse, each buried offering a refrain. Perhaps they sang to the waters, perhaps they sang to the stars, perhaps they sang to the ancestors, perhaps they sang to all of these at once, weaving a fabric of meaning that we can only glimpse in fragments. In the stillness of the desert night, one can almost imagine the circle alive again, fires flickering against stone, figures moving slowly, in rhythm, a chant rising, not to disturb, but to soothe, a voice echoing with the eternal, the lake reflecting starlight, the Milky Way arching overhead, a community gathered not for survival alone, but for communion with mystery. And then, silence. The desert advanced, the waters withdrew, the rituals ceased, the stones remained, and we, thousands of years later, arrive at the threshold, listening. When the last echoes of ritual faded from Nabta Playa, time began its long work of concealment. The Sahara spread its dry veil, covering what had once been green pastures and shallow waters. The people who had raised the stones moved on, perhaps following rain, perhaps carrying their songs elsewhere. But in the silence they left behind, a pattern endured. Archaeologists, arriving thousands of years later, found not just the obvious markers, the standing stones arranged in circles, but traces of deeper order beneath the surface. Beneath the sand, slabs of rock formed chambers. Some contained carefully placed remains of cattle, sometimes buried whole, as if returned to the earth with reverence. This act seems less like disposal and more like consecration. It was as though the animal spirit was being woven into the land, bound to cycles of fertility and renewal. Such practices echo across the ancient world. In Mesopotamia, temples later kept sacred herds. In India, cattle would come to embody holiness. In Egypt, bulls like APIs became divine messengers. Yet Nabta Playa predates them all, and in its silent pits we glimpse an origin point, an early vision of the bond between human, animal, and the eternal. The alignments of the stone circle draw us upward, toward the heavens. Some researchers suggest that the megaliths frame the rising of Sirius, the bright star that would one day guide the Egyptian calendar. Others point to Orion, its belt of stars tied in myth to Osiris, the god of rebirth and afterlife. Could it be that long before these myths were written, their seeds were planted in the sands of Nabta Playa? That in watching the sky, these early people sensed a story, a cosmic rhythm mirrored in the life of their community. The idea lingers, unresolved. Did these desert watchers understand precession, the slow drift of stars across millennia? Some patterns suggest they did. If so, they were not only herders and gatherers, but sky watchers of uncommon vision. Yet we must be cautious. The stones may align by design or by accident. The truth rests in silence. Still, when one stands beneath a desert sky, the temptation is strong to imagine voices lifted in chant, each syllable tied to a star, each step of procession measured against the horizon's fire. The environment itself deepens the mystery. At the time Nabta Playa flourished, the Sahara was not the lifeless expanse we know today. It was green, fertile, and alive with animals. Lakes dotted its plain, and people gathered seasonally at their edges. Here they left ceramics decorated with wave-like patterns, echoes of water. Here they buried cattle, companions, and sacrifices alike. Here they raised stones that outlasted them. Yet they built no permanent villages, no sprawling settlements. The absence is striking. Why leave behind sanctuaries of stone, yet no homes, no markets, no daily architecture? Perhaps the site was never meant for life as usual. Perhaps it was always meant for the exceptional, for ritual, for gathering, for the thin places where worlds touched. The stones may not have marked where they lived, but where they reached beyond themselves. There is a rhythm in such places. Gather, perform, depart, leave behind offerings, and let silence claim the rest. It is a rhythm repeated across time. At Stonehenge, processions entered and withdrew. At Newgrange in Ireland, chambers aligned to the solstice but held no villages nearby. At Nabta Playa, the desert circle may be one of the earliest whispers of this ancient pattern. Sanctuaries, not of daily survival, but of cosmic connection. Chapter 4, Painted in Darkness. Cave rituals of Paleolithic Europe. There are places where silence holds more weight than sound, places where a single breath echoes against stone, as though the earth itself is listening. Deep beneath the soil of Europe, such places endure. They are chambers carved, not by human hands, but by the slow patience of water and time, and within them, painted across walls now blackened with age, lie the visions of our earliest ancestors. Lascaux, Altamira, Chauvet, names spoken like invocations. Each cave is different, yet bound by a common mystery. On the walls, bison in full charge, horses leaping, mammoths standing tall, aurochs locked in eternal movement. Some are rendered with astonishing precision, shaded and layered to capture breath, muscle, and motion. Others are simple, raw, urgent, as if drawn in trance. Together, they whisper of a people who lived 30,000 years ago, yet still reach us across the abyss of time. The first question we ask is simple: why? Why did they crawl deep into caverns, places where sunlight never reaches, to lay down these images? If the paintings were only for beauty, they might have adorned the open cliffs or the entrances to shelters. Instead, they are found in places hidden, secret, difficult to reach. Chambers where a flickering torch is the only light, and shadows dance like living spirits. Archaeologists have long debated their purpose. Some see in them hunting magic, a belief that to paint the animal was to call it into being, to ensure the success of the hunt. Others suggest altered states of mind. The patterns, dots, and strange half-formed shapes resemble visions known to arise in trance or ritual intoxication. Still others believe the caves served as sanctuaries of initiation, places where the young were brought to witness the hidden power of the clan, tested by darkness and awe. What is certain is that these paintings were not made casually. The artists ventured into dangerous places, narrow tunnels, where air thins, where one must crawl on hands and knees, carrying flame. In Lascaux, some of the most astonishing images are high on ceilings, reachable only by scaffolding. In Chauvet, soot marks and torch swipes remain, revealing how firelight once danced across the walls. Imagine that scene, a dark chamber, filled with smoke, voices chanting low, flames casting the painted bison into motion. The animals would not have seemed still, but alive, running across stone as shadows flickered over them. In this light, the cave was not a gallery, but a theater of spirit. The paintings were not static. They were part of an unfolding ritual, experienced in the shifting glow of fire, in the echo of song, in the pounding of feet against the cavern floor. And then there are the handprints, red and black stencils, created by placing a hand against stone and blowing pigment around it, leaving behind a negative shadow, the absence of the flesh, but the presence of the human. Thousands of years later, these hands still reach out to us. Some are small, belonging perhaps to women or children. Others are large, marked by missing fingers or unusual shapes. Were they signs? Was the removal of fingers a mark of ritual, of sacrifice, or of disease? No one knows. Yet each hand is deeply intimate, a reminder that behind the grand animals and sweeping visions were individuals, flesh and blood, who pressed themselves into history. Altamira, in northern Spain, is often called the Sistine Chapel of the Paleolithic. Its ceiling swirls with bison, painted in deep ochre and black, each one alive with movement. When discovered in the 19th century, scholars at first dismissed it as a hoax, unable to believe that people so ancient could create art of such sophistication. Only later, after other sites were unearthed, did the truth become undeniable. Our ancestors carried vision and skill equal to any age, sealed for tens of thousands of years. Lions prowl in long lines, rhinoceroses clash, owls turn their heads to stare. These animals were not domesticated, not hunted for food. They were dangerous, powerful, untouchable. Their presence on the walls suggests something beyond utility, a reverence for forces greater than the tribe. Perhaps they were guardians, perhaps teachers, perhaps adversaries, beings of the unseen realm given shape in firelit stone. The caves themselves may have played an active role in the ritual. Their acoustics are unusual. In many chambers, the walls painted with animals are also those with the strongest echoes. A voice raised in chant, a drum struck, would resonate, surrounding those within. Was sound a guide, leading initiates to the sacred spot? Was the vibration itself considered a presence, the voice of the spirit world answering back? To step into these spaces today is to feel time collapse. The air is cool, heavy, almost damp. The light must be artificial now, carefully managed to preserve the pigments. Yet, even under modern lamps, the power remains. The figures leap forward, the handprints press outward. The silence vibrates with something more than absence. Science can map the pigments, date the charcoal, measure the depth of carving. It can tell us that ochre was ground with fat, that brushes may have been made of animal hair, that torches left carbon on the ceilings. But science does not tell us the feeling. It cannot restore the sound of the chant, or the rhythm of feet, or the trembling of the heart when first a child was led into the painted dark. And so, the caves remain mysteries. They are memories without language, visions without text. They suggest that art was never merely decoration, but communication with the unseen. That from the earliest times, humans sought more than survival. They sought meaning, presence, communion. Was it the hunt they asked to succeed? Was it the world of spirits they wished to touch? Was it the power of memory, the desire to leave something beyond the self? The caves do not answer. They show us animals in motion, hands extended, fires once lit, then they fall silent. Yet in that silence lies their enduring power. They remind us that even in the depths of time, long before cities, before writing, before pyramids or temples, humanity turned to ritual, to image, to song. In the darkness of stone, we reached for light. Perhaps that is why these caves still call to us. They are not relics of a primitive past, but mirrors. They show us that the need to belong to something greater, to gather, to chant, to mark the walls with our passing, is as old as we are. And as the torchlight of their makers faded, the paintings remained, waiting for us to find them, waiting to remind us that we, too, are part of an ancient chant, painted in darkness, echoing into eternity. Chapter 5. The Hidden Fires of the Indus, Ritual Baths, and Seals Beneath. The dust of Pakistan and Western India lies a civilization older than the temples of Greece, older than the pyramids of Egypt, and nearly forgotten by history. Its cities, Harappa do Laveiros, more than 4,000 years ago upon the fertile floodplains of the Indus River. Here, a people flourished with order, with craft, with vision. Yet they left behind no deciphered words, no epic carved in stone. What remains are bricks, artifacts, and silence. And within that silence, traces of rituals, subtle, elusive, but persistent. When archaeologists first uncovered Mohenjo-daro in the early 20th century, they found not only streets laid out with striking precision, not only drainage systems rivaling those of Rome, but also a structure unlike any known from other Bronze Age worlds. A vast pool, carefully lined with fired brick, waterproofed with bitumen, measuring nearly 12 meters long, 7 wide, and almost 3 deep. Steps descended from both ends, inviting not spectacle, but participation. Around it were small chambers, as if for changing or for preparation. Scholars called it the Great Bath. To stand before it today, dry and emptied of its water, is to feel its gravity. This was not a reservoir for survival. The Indus people had wells, channels, and cisterns for daily need. This was something else. The Great Bath seems designed for the body, and perhaps for the soul. Water has always been more than water. In many traditions, it is the first element, the cleanser, the purifier, the bridge between worlds. In the Vedic hymns, composed centuries later, in the same land, sacred rivers are invoked as mothers and goddesses, their currents carrying prayers to the divine. In the Indus, long before those hymns, were such beliefs already alive. Was the Great Bath a place to cleanse not just the skin, but the spiritan initiation, a renewal, a surrender to the sacred? No inscriptions explain its meaning, yet the scale of its construction suggests communal purpose, a ritual performed not by one, but by many. Perhaps seasonal festivals drew the inhabitants to its water. Perhaps only the initiated descended those steps. Perhaps priests guided worshippers into the pool, invoking forces now unnamed. Each possibility is shadow, but in the absence of words, the stones themselves speak. They tell us of intention, of labor devoted not to survival, but to meaning. And then there are the seals. Small, often square, carved in steatite, and baked hard, pressed with images of animals, human figures, and enigmatic symbols. Thousands have been unearthed, yet not one inscription has yielded its voice to us. Their script remains locked, undeciphered, a language without sound, but the images endure. A horned figure, cross-legged, surrounded by animals, some call him Proto-Shiva, Lord of Beasts and Ascetic Meditation. A bull, its hump high, its horns curved, perhaps an emblem of strength, of fertility, of cosmic order. Elephants, rhinoceroses, tigers, gazelles, creatures of the forest and river, drawn with a reverence suggesting more than commerce. These seals were not mere tokens of trade. Many bear traces of string, as if worn upon the body, talismans pressed close to the skin. Others were impressed into clay, sealing jars, marking goods, binding ownership with symbols of sacred power. The animals are not random. They repeat, as if chosen with care, carrying meanings now obscured. In Mesopotamia, near contemporary seals spoke in the language of gods and kings. Did the Indus seals do the same? Were they prayers, contracts, offerings, or were they fragments of a mythology erased by time, belonging to a faith whose scriptures never reached us? Fire too appears among the ruins. In Kalibangan, archaeologists uncovered brick platforms, aligned and repeated, each bearing traces of ash. Some see in them fire altars, precursors to the ritual hearths of Vedic sacrifice. Was it here that offerings of grain, ghee, or incense were given to flame, lifted as smoke to invisible deities? Or were these simply domestic hearths, multiplied through time? The debate endures, unresolved, yet the ashes whisper of ritual, fire and water both present, both honored. The Indus civilization leaves us with fragments, never a whole. The Great Bath without its liturgy, the seals without their texts, the fire altars without their chants, and yet, in their very incompleteness, they suggest continuity. Later traditions of the subcontinent, the sacred rivers, the ritual baths, the fire sacrifices, the bull as symbol of strength, the horned yogic figure echo with uncanny resemblance. Are these echoes true inheritance or coincidence? Were the Vedic rites born here, or did they replace a vanished faith? Some scholars argue that the Indus religion was its own and older stream, later submerged by waves of migration and cultural change. Others see in it the roots of Hindu practice, the beginnings of the sacred thread that still winds through temples and rituals today. But without the script, without words, certainty eludes us. What remains is the material: water, seal, fire, symbol. And so the Indus speaks through absence, through the quiet persistence of objects that refuse to explain themselves. Perhaps that silence is part of the lesson. Not every civilization left texts to command how they should be remembered. Some entrusted memory to stone, to clay, to fire, to the shimmer of water in a ritual pool, To imagine the rites of the Indus is to enter a world at once familiar and strange, a twilight where people gathered, where torches flared against brick, where feet descended into water, where hands pressed seals into clay, where fire consumed offerings in the dark. Their gods are unnamed, their prayers unheard, yet their presence lingers. As the Indus River flows still, carrying silt and memory, its ancient cities remain quiet. The great bath stands dry, the seals lie mute, the altars are dust, and yet, in their silence, they invite us closer to see, to wonder, to question. For perhaps the greatest gift of the Indus is not what it tells us, but what it withholds. A reminder that mystery endures, that not all can be deciphered, that the sacred may lie not only in what is revealed, but in what is concealed. And so, the hidden fires of the Indus burn still not in flame, but in our seeking, in our gaze upon what they left behind. Water, seal, and ash, speaking softly across for millennia, waiting for us to listen. Beneath the shifting sands of Sindh and Punjab, a great civilization once breathed. Its life was ordered, deliberate, and precise. Streets ran in straight lines, wide enough for carts to pass. Houses built of standardized bricks rose in clusters, each with access to wells, each linked to drains that carried water away. No ruler's palace dominates the skyline, no tomb proclaims a king. Here, the city itself was the temple, and within it, ritual was woven into daily life, subtle, hidden, yet unmistakable. The Great Bath at Mohenjo-daro remains its most enduring enigma. Imagine it not as a ruin of brick, but alive. Torches burn along its edges, casting ripples of light upon dark waters. At dawn or dusk, figures descend the steps. Perhaps they chant, perhaps they move in silence. The water embraces them, cool against the skin, washing away the dust of toil, the burdens of the day. Perhaps something deeper still. The design is deliberate. Waterproof bitumen seals its walls, keeping the water contained. Steps on both sides allow processions entry and exit, a flow that mirrors the current of a river. It was not casual bathing. It was passage, a journey enacted again and again. Nearby chambers suggest privacy, initiation, or preparation. Were these priests' quarters? Were they changing rooms for ritual robes? Or spaces where incense and offerings were readied? No one can say. Yet the architecture insists on order, insists on meaning. In the imagination of archaeologists and seekers alike, this becomes a place of sacred renewal. Water as a threshold between states of being, life and death, impurity and cleansing, mortal and divine. Later Hindu tradition would make rivers sacred, and the Ganges would become the holiest of waters, carrying prayers toward liberation. Was the Great Bath its ancestor? Or was it part of a religion entirely lost, its rites untransmitted, its gods unnamed? Beyond Mohenjo-daro, other sites to bear marks of ritual. At Harappa, fire altars line the brick platforms, their edges scorched with ancient flames. At Kalibangan, rows of rectangular pits filled with ash suggest repeated offerings. Fire, like water, is a purifying force destroyer and renewer across cultures. Fire consumes and carries, lifting the material into smoke, into unseen realms. Here, in the Indus, the fire altars tell us that ritual was not isolated, but recurring, systemic, woven through settlements, large and small. And then, there are the seals, the most mysterious voices of this civilization. Small, almost unassuming, yet crafted with astonishing delicacy. Some depict bulls, their muscles tense, their gaze steady. Others show elephants, their trunks curled in strength and grace. Tigers, antelopes, water buffalo, all creatures chosen, not at random, but with intention. Most haunting are the seals bearing human-like figures. One sits cross-legged, surrounded by animals, adorned with horns. Scholars call this the Proto-Shiva, perhaps the earliest vision of the yogic ascetic, master of beasts, lord of stillness. Is it a god, a shaman, a mythic ancestor? The answer remains beyond our grasp. Yet its presence suggests that meditation, control of the body, communion with nature, these were already sacred themes 4,000 years ago. Around these figures are symbols, marks, lines, patterns that form a script no one can yet read. Linguists, mathematicians, computer scientists have all tried, searching for grammar, for repetition, for keys to unlock its voice. But the language resists. Some believe it was never a true script, merely symbols of trade. Others insist it hides the oldest written tradition of South Asia. Whatever it was, it remains silent, and in that silence lies perhaps its greatest power. The seals were not isolated artifacts. Many were strung, worn as pendants, pressed into clay, carried on journeys. They were portable fragments of belief, reminders of protection, identity, or devotion. In this, they echo the amulets and talismans of later ages. Yet the Indus seals carry a quality different from mere ornament. They are the imprints of an unseen cosmology. What rituals accompanied them? Did a priest press a seal into soft clay, invoking the power of the animal engraved upon it? Did merchants carry them as marks of divine favor, blending commerce and faith? Or were they exchanged in initiation, each seal a key into a hidden order? We do not know, but the sheer number of them, thousands recovered, thousands more yet buried us, they were not rare. They were central, they were everywhere, they were alive. The civilization itself remains elusive. Unlike Mesopotamia, we find no colossal temples, no towering statues, no inscriptions praising kings. Power here was quieter, dispersed, perhaps shared. If there were rulers, they left no monuments to their names. If there were priests, they wrote no sermons in stone. Instead, we find water, fire, and seal, subtle symbols, modest in size, yet profound in weight. It is tempting to see in the Indus the beginnings of later traditions. The sacred bath, echoed in Hindu ablutions, in the ritual dip into the Ganges, the fire altar, mirrored in Vedic sacrifice, in the Agnihotra, the offering to flame that still continues in India today. The yogic figure, foreshadowing meditation and asceticism. The bull, the elephant, the sacred beasts still honored in temples. Threads that may connect the Indus to the present. But caution whispers, we do not know. Continuity may be illusion. Civilizations rise, fade, and leave traces that are later reimagined. The Indus religion may have been wholly distinct, its gods forgotten, its rituals erased, its meanings irretrievable. What we see may be resemblance, not lineage. Echoes, not inheritance. And perhaps that is the true mystery. For in every fragment of the Indus, we sense intention without explanation. The great bath invites us to enter, yet offers no scripture to guide the ritual. The fire altars glow in memory, but no hymn remains to name the offering. The seals carry symbols, but no translation opens their voice. It is a faith without words, a religion that speaks only through silence. Night falls over the Indus ruins. The great bath lies empty, its brick walls worn by time. The seals rest in museum cases, far from the river that once gave them life. The fire altars hold only dust, yet in imagination they awaken. We see torchlight flickering on water. We hear chants, low and steady, blending with the sound of flowing river. We smell smoke rising from sacred fires. We feel the weight of a seal pressed into clay, the animal upon it, alive with unseen force. This civilization, though silent, still speaks, not with certainty, but with mystery. It invites us not to solve it, but to dwell within it, to allow its fragments to guide our wondering. The Indus is not merely history, is memory, suspended, waiting, and so, the hidden fires remain, not in the ruins, but in us. In the questions we ask, in the silence we hold, in the way we lean toward what we cannot fully know. The Indus teaches us that not every past must be explained. Some are to be felt, to be entered like water, to be honored like flame, to be carried like a seal, pressed close to the skin. The river still flows, carrying silt, carrying time. The ruins still stand, brick upon brick. The fires are gone, but the mystery endures. And in that endurance, perhaps, lies the true ritual. The silence of the Indus is not empty. It is full, layered, dense with echoes. Brick by brick, city by city, its people left behind a pattern of thought, a rhythm of ritual, and a map of mystery. And though no scripture has survived, though no king's boast remains carved into stone, their presence lingers in the earth. Pause for a moment and imagine yourself walking those streets. The air is warm, heavy with dust, yet the city feels alive with order. Wells gleam with water drawn fresh from the ground. Clay jars wait by doorways. The sound of sandals scuffs against the paved lanes. You sense that life here was not only about survival, but about alignment with forces both seen and unseen. The great bath rises before you. In its shadow, time loosens. The water within glows faintly in twilight, dark yet inviting. As you approach, you feel the symmetry of the design, the careful proportions. The steps descending on each side create a balance, as though the builders sought harmony, not grandeur. It is neither vast nor imposing, but intimate, human-scaled, designed for gathering, for shared passage. Perhaps men and women came separately. Perhaps only a chosen few entered, while others watched from the edges. Or perhaps all were welcome, bound together by the simple act of immersion. You can almost hear the quiet splash as someone descends, the sound magnified by the walls. Each movement is deliberate, each step downward carrying weight, as though entering the water meant leaving something behind. Water is never only water. It carries memory. It holds the power of renewal. Across the world, rivers have been worshipped, springs revered, lakes sanctified. In Egypt, the Nile was not only a river, but a god, the lifeblood of the land. In Mesopotamia, waters were seen as the primeval chaos, the origin of all creation. In the Indus, water may have been the bridge between the mortal and the eternal, and yet, alongside water, fire burned. At Calibangan, the fire altars align in straight rows, like the teeth of some great design. Ashes whisper of repeated offerings, of fuel consumed again and again, until the earth itself absorbed the memory of flame. In fire there is purification, but also destruction. To burn is to transform. What was solid becomes smoke. What was present becomes absent, and yet something lingers. You can picture the ritual, kindling, arranged with care. The sparks struck, the flames rising. Hands lift vessels, pouring clarified butter, oil, or grain. Sparks leap upward, the smoke twisting into the night. Perhaps there was chant, perhaps silence. Perhaps the people believed that fire carried their offerings to the gods, or perhaps to ancestors, or perhaps to powers unnamed. If water was the embrace of renewal, fire was the release into transcendence. Two forces, opposites, yet bound together, balance again, and then always the seals. Thousands upon thousands, pressed into clay, marking goods, marking ownership, perhaps marking faith. Small, yes, but when held in the hand, each one is a world. The bowl, carved in bold strokes, muscles tense, eyes unblinking, strength, virility, the raw force of life itself. The elephant, steady, immense, its presence suggesting endurance, patience, wisdom. The tiger, striped and fierce, predator in stillness. Each image is not mere art, but invocation. When you hold the seal, you hold the essence of the creature. Then the figure seated, cross-legged, surrounded by beasts. Horns crown the head, arms extend, gaze fixed. Is this meditation? Is this dominion? The animals bow inward, as though drawn by the figure's stillness. To some, it is the first glimpse of Shiva, the yogic lord. To others, it is an unknown deity, now nameless. Yet, the posture is unmistakable, composed, centered, rooted. The image speaks of inner mastery, of balance between the human and the animal, between the self and the world. The script above it remains closed, locked against every key tried. Tiny marks, repeating, patterned, yet silent. Imagine a prayer written in those signs, a hymn pressed into clay, carried across the land. Now the hymn is lost, its voice gone, only the shapes remain. It is like listening to music through the rhythm, but not the words. The seals were used in trade, yes, but were they only economic? Or did each exchange also carry ritual weight? To hand over a sealed jar might have been to hand over not just goods, but blessing, protection, intention. Commerce and religion may not have been separate. Here they may have been threads of the same cloth, and that is perhaps what the Indus teaches most deeply. Life itself was ritual. The bath was cleansing, but also sacred. The fire was warmth, but also offering. The seal was commerce, but also invocation. Nothing was divided. The practical was spiritual. The spiritual was daily. Yet even in their closeness, they left no names, no pantheon carved in stone, no myths preserved in epic, no prayers inscribed for posterity. It is as though the people of the Indus trusted ritual more than language, action more than story. They lived their faith rather than writing it, and because of this, they vanish into silence. Still, silence can be more powerful than words. It draws you in, asks you to listen more carefully. It does not dictate, it invites. The Indus civilization, by leaving us almost nothing but fragments, forces us to lean into mystery, to accept not. Chapter 6 whispers beneath the pyramids. Unsolved Egyptian ceremonies. The pyramids rise like frozen waves of stone against the desert sky. Their sharp lines have endured for more than 4 millennia, outlasting empires, sandstorms, and the slow erosion of time. To the modern eye they are tombs, monuments of kingship, feats of engineering. Yet to those who lived within the rhythm of ancient Egypt, they were something more: vessels, portals, and stages upon which ceremonies unfolded. The grandeur of the visible architecture hides a deeper stratum, where ritual and mystery are preserved, not in gold or stone reliefs, but in gestures, chants, and practices that still elude our understanding. Beneath these structures, in subterranean corridors where light scarcely reached, priests once performed rites whose meanings slip through the grasp of modern scholarship. Fragments of inscriptions, glimpses from later texts, and the faint archaeological traces suggest a dimension of Egyptian religion that was never meant for outsiders. It was a world of initiations, hidden recitations, and actions woven with cosmic significance. And though the pharaoh's tomb was the centerpiece, it may not have been the sole focus. The opening of the mouth ceremony, one of Egypt's most enigmatic rites, lingers in painted scenes and carved reliefs across the Nile Valley. At first glance, it appears as a practical act, performed upon statues or mummies. A ritual tool touches the lips, the eyes, the nostrils. Yet within this simple gesture lies a complex web of meaning. To the Egyptians, death was not a silence, but a transformation. The body became a vessel waiting to be reanimated, the statue a bridge between the human and the divine. By opening the mouth, priests symbolically restored breath, speech, and vision, granting the deceased the capacity to eat, drink, and speak in the afterlife. But perhaps it was more than that. The act itself echoes creation myths, in which gods shaped the world through speech. To reopen the mouth of the dead was to link them once more with that primal power, the divine utterance that sustains existence. The dead were not merely being reawakened for comfort, they were being given the tools to join eternity, to participate in the ongoing act of creation. Whether this was for the king alone, or for initiates of the mystery, remains unclear. Yet, the ceremony's persistence across centuries suggests it held a power beyond symbolism. Nearby, beneath shafts and within sealed chambers, boat burials remind us that the journey of the soul was imagined as a voyage. At Giza, entire wooden boats, crafted with meticulous care, were interred beside the pyramids. These vessels were not small scale models, they were seaworthy ships, large enough to sail the Nile, their planks lashed together with rope, their hulls designed to cut through water. But here, sealed within pits, they were meant not for earthly rivers, but for celestial ones. The Egyptians saw the sky as a river along which the sun god traveled daily, rising in the east, descending in the west, only to be reborn at dawn. To equip the king with boats was to grant him access to this divine journey. By day he would accompany Ra, by night he would descend into the underworld upon hidden waters, facing trials, guided by incantation. Whether these vessels were ever launched, or built solely for burial, their presence whispers of a ceremonial world in which the boundaries between earthly craft and cosmic voyage dissolved. Yet, even more mysterious are the subterranean chambers themselves. Beneath the step pyramid at Saqqara, long corridors stretch like veins through the bedrock, lined with blue tiled walls and niches once filled with offerings. In some places, the ceilings are painted with stars, as if to transport the initiate beneath the earth into the realm of heaven. Scholars still debate their function. Were they symbolic palaces for the king in the afterlife? Or were they stages for rites performed in darkness, hidden from all but the most initiated priests? The arrangement suggests ceremony, repetition, and a choreography now lost. At Giza, the Great Pyramids hold inner chambers whose true purposes remain contested. The so-called King's Chamber, with its granite blocks weighing tons, resonates with peculiar acoustics. A single sound, a hum or chant, magnifies against its walls, filling the chamber with vibration. Some have suggested this resonance was intentional, designed for ritual chanting, to attune the voice to something greater than the human scale. Whether this was coincidence or intention, the effect is undeniable. To stand within that chamber is to feel sound as substance, as presence. And then there are the pyramid texts, the earliest body of religious writings we possess from Egypt, inscribed upon the walls of royal tombs in the Old Kingdom. They are not stories in the way later myths would unfold. They are invocations, spells, utterances, fragments of dialogue between the king and the gods. Their language is dense, poetic, often obscure. They speak of the king ascending to the stars, of his body transforming into light, of his union with deities whose names sometimes appear only once, never to be mentioned again. The texts do not explain themselves. They perform. They are words meant to be spoken, chanted, enacted, and woven into them are references to rituals we cannot reconstruct. Lines speak of offerings, of gestures, of actions whose physical detail has not survived. It is as though the words were only one half of the ritual, the rest preserved in performance, passed orally among priests, never meant for stone. Thus, what remains to us is a skeleton, stripped of its flesh, whispering of ceremonies beyond our reach. Even later sources hint at practices shrouded in secrecy. The Book of the Dead, more elaborate and widely known, still gestures toward mysteries that must be enacted, not merely read. Images show priests wearing masks of the jackal-headed Anubis, standing over the body of the deceased, hands raised in invocation. Others depict sacred dances, movements whose sequence we cannot decode. These were not performances for audiences. They were transformations enacted for the soul, invisible to the living. It is tempting to see all Egyptian ritual as funerary, as mere preparation for death. Yet the evidence suggests something broader. To them, the line between life and death was not a border, but a threshold, crossed and recrossed in ceremony. The king was not only prepared for eternity at the moment of burial, He was ritually aligned with the eternal throughout his reign. Coronations, festivals, temple rites all echoed the same pattern: death, rebirth, transformation. The pyramid was not only a tomb, it was an axis, a point of connection between the earth below, the sky above, and the unseen chambers between. And so, when we look at the pyramids today, stripped of their limestone casing, surrounded by tourists and desert wind, we see only the outer shell. Beneath them lies a world of whispers, boats that sail the heavens, chambers tuned to sound, texts that gesture toward vanished gestures. The Egyptians did not merely bury their kings, they enacted ceremonies whose meanings still ripple in the silence, ceremonies that were as much about the cosmos as they were about the corpse. Even now, archaeologists uncover hidden shafts, sealed rooms, faint traces of pigment, broken ritual tools. Each discovery adds another fragment, but the full pattern remains beyond us. Perhaps it was always meant to be so. These were not rituals for outsiders, nor for the uninitiated. They were veiled, layered, enacted in silence and shadow, speaking a language only gods and spirits could fully understand. What remains to us are echoes, whispers beneath the pyramids, faint but enduring. And when the desert night falls, and the stars burn as brightly as they did 5,000 years ago, one can almost sense those ceremonies continuing, not ended, but paused, waiting in the stillness of stone. The pyramids rise like frozen waves of stone against the desert sky. Their sharp lines have endured for more than 4 millennia, outlasting empires, sandstorms, and the slow erosion of time. To the modern eye, they are tombs, monuments of kingship, feats of engineering. Yet to those who lived within the rhythm of ancient Egypt, they were something more: vessels, portals, and stages upon which ceremonies unfolded. The grandeur of the visible architecture hides a deeper stratum where ritual and mystery are preserved, not in gold or stone reliefs, but in gestures, chants, and practices that still elude our understanding. Beneath these structures, in subterranean corridors where light scarcely reached, priests once performed rites whose meanings slip through the grasp of modern scholarship. Fragments of inscriptions, glimpses from later texts, and the faint archaeological traces suggest a dimension of Egyptian religion that was never meant for outsiders. It was a world of initiations, hidden recitations, and actions woven with cosmic significance. And though the pharaoh's tomb was the centerpiece, it may not have been the sole focus. The opening of the mouth ceremony, one of Egypt's most enigmatic rites, lingers in painted scenes and carved reliefs across the Nile Valley. At first glance, it appears as a practical act, performed upon statues or mummies. A ritual tool touches the lips, the eyes, the nostrils. Yet within this simple gesture lies a complex web of meaning. To the Egyptians, death was not a silence, but a transformation. The body became a vessel waiting to be reanimated, the statue a bridge between the human and the divine. By opening the mouth, priests symbolically restored breath, speech, and vision, granting the deceased the capacity to eat, drink, and speak in the afterlife. But perhaps it was more than that. The act itself echoes creation myths, in which gods shaped the world through speech. To reopen the mouth of the dead was to link them once more with that primal power, the divine utterance that sustains existence. The dead were not merely being reawakened for comfort, they were being given the tools to join eternity, to participate in the ongoing act of creation. Whether this was for the king alone, or for initiates of the mystery, remains unclear. Yet the ceremony's persistence across centuries suggests it held a power beyond symbolism. Imagine the chamber where this ritual unfolded, the air heavy with the scent of resin and incense, torches burning low against carved walls, shadows shifting like spirits along the stone. The body, shrouded and laid upon its bier, would be addressed not as lifeless matter, but as a being in transition. Priests in masks, voices low and rhythmic, would chant words preserved in fragments upon temple walls. The copper blade or ritual adze, lifted gently, touched the lips as though unlocking a door that only the gods themselves had sealed. In such moments, silence was not absence, but presence, the stillness before a soul was sent upon its voyage. Nearby, beside the pyramids, and within their shadow, boat burials remind us that the journey of the soul was imagined as a voyage. At Giza, entire wooden boats, crafted with meticulous care, were interred beside the pyramids. These vessels were not small-scale models, they were seaworthy ships, large enough to sail the Nile, their planks lashed together with rope, their hulls designed to cut through water. But here, sealed within pits, they were meant not for earthly rivers, but for celestial ones. The Egyptians saw the sky as a river, along which the sun god traveled daily, rising in the east, descending in the west, only to be reborn at dawn. To equip the king with boats was to grant him access to this divine journey. By day he would accompany Ra, by night he would descend into the underworld upon hidden waters, facing trials, guided by incantation. Whether these vessels were ever launched, or built solely for burial, their presence whispers of a ceremonial world in which the boundaries between earthly craft and cosmic voyage dissolved. The placement of these boats also hints at deeper design. Their pits, cut with precision, aligned with the pyramid as if integrated into a grander cosmology. Some rest to the south, as though awaiting the sun's descent. Others lie to the east, poised for dawn. The orientation is not random, but intentional, tied to a worldview in which architecture, sky, and ritual converged. And though today the desert wind sweeps over these silent pits, one can still imagine the ceremonies of their burial. Priests, lowering ropes, chanting as timber vanished into darkness, the pit sealed with stone so that the vessel would await the soul's awakening. Yet even more mysterious are the subterranean chambers themselves. Beneath the step pyramid at Saqqara, long corridors stretched like veins through the bedrock, lined with blue-tiled walls and niches once filled with offerings. In some places, the ceilings are painted with stars, as if to transport the initiate beneath the earth into the realm of heaven. Scholars still debate their function. Were they symbolic palaces for the king in the afterlife? Or were they stages for rites performed in darkness, hidden from all but the most initiated priests? The arrangement suggests ceremony, repetition, and a choreography now lost. Imagine descending into such a space. The walls close in, the air grows cooler. The flame of a torch flickers against thousands of small blue tiles shimmering like water. Footsteps echo upon stone floors, and in that silence each sound magnifies. A priestly procession might move slowly, bearing offerings, reciting words only half preserved in later texts. Perhaps they enacted the king's journey beneath the earth, guiding him through the underworld before he rose again as a star. We do not know, but the very design of those chambers suggests intention far beyond utility. At Giza, the Great Pyramids hold inner chambers whose true purposes remain contested. The so-called King's Chamber, with its granite blocks weighing tons, resonates with peculiar acoustics. A single sound, a hum or chant, magnifies against its walls, filling the chamber with vibration. Some have suggested this resonance was intentional, designed for ritual chanting, to attune the voice to something greater than the human scale. Whether coincidence or intention, the effect is undeniable. To stand within that chamber is to feel sound as substance, as presence. If you close your eyes there, the hum of a single syllable seems to wrap around the body, as though the stone itself were joining the voice. Perhaps ancient ceremonies used this resonance deliberately. Perhaps prayers, uttered within that chamber, were meant not only for human ears, but for the cosmos itself, carried outward through vibration, merging with the stone, the air, and the unseen. And then there are the pyramid texts, the earliest body of religious writings we possess from Egypt, inscribed upon the walls of royal tombs in the Old Kingdom. They are not stories in the way later myths would unfold. They are invocations, spells, utterances, fragments of dialogue between the king and the gods. Their language is dense, poetic, often obscure. They speak of the king ascending to the stars, of his body transforming into light, of his union with deities whose names sometimes appear only once, never to be mentioned again. The texts do not explain themselves. They perform. They are words meant to be spoken, chanted, enacted, and woven into them are references to rituals we cannot reconstruct. Lines speak of offerings, of gestures, of actions whose physical detail has not survived. It is as though the words were only one half of the ritual, the rest preserved in performance, passed orally among priests, never meant for stone. Thus, what remains to us is a skeleton, stripped of its flesh, whispering of ceremonies beyond our reach. Even later sources hint at practices shrouded in secrecy. The Book of the Dead, more elaborate and widely known, still gestures toward mysteries that must be enacted, not merely read. Images show priests wearing masks of the jackal-headed Anubis, standing over the body of the deceased, hands raised in invocation. Others depict sacred dances, movements whose sequence we cannot decode. These were not performances for audiences. They were transformations enacted for the soul, invisible to the living. It is tempting to see all Egyptian ritual as funerary, as mere preparation for death, yet the evidence suggests something broader. To them, the line between life and death was not a border, but a threshold, crossed and recrossed in ceremony. The king was not only prepared for eternity, at the moment of burial he was ritually aligned with the eternal throughout his reign. Coronations, festivals, temple rites all echoed the same pattern: death, rebirth, transformation. The pyramid was not only a tomb, it was an axis, a point of connection between the earth below, the sky above, and the unseen chambers between. And so, when we look at the pyramids today, stripped of their limestone casing, surrounded by tourists and desert wind, we see only the outer shell. Beneath them lies a world of whispers, boats that sail the heavens, chambers tuned to sound, texts that gesture toward vanished gestures. The Egyptians did not merely bury their kings. They enacted ceremonies whose meanings still ripple in the silence. Ceremonies that were as much about the cosmos as they were about the corpse. Even now, archaeologists uncover hidden shafts, sealed rooms, faint traces of pigment, broken ritual tools. Each discovery adds another fragment, but the full pattern remains beyond us. Perhaps it was always meant to be so. These were not rituals for outsiders, nor for the uninitiated. They were veiled, layered, enacted in silence and shadow, speaking a language only gods and spirits could fully understand. What remains to us are echoless whispers beneath the pyramids, faint but enduring. And when the desert night falls, and the stars burn as brightly as they did 5,000 years ago, one can almost sense those ceremonies continuing, not ended, but paused, waiting in the stillness of stone. Chapter 7: The Sound of Silence. Stonehenge's forgotten rites. There is a place where silence still lingers, as though it has been kept for thousands of years. A circle of stone, heavy, immovable, yet somehow alive with presence. On the plains of Salisbury, the monument known as Stonehenge rises like a frozen song, a harmony carved not in music, but in stone. It is easy to stand before it and think of it only as an arrangement of rocks. But the deeper one looks, the more one feels. This was not built simply to endure. It was built to carry meaning. And though time has erased its voices, the stones remain like tuning forks of another age, whispering of ceremonies that still escape explanation. Archaeologists remind us that Stonehenge was more than an isolated circle. It was once part of a vast sacred landscape. Burial mounds ripple outward across the fields. Processional avenues stretch toward rivers, connecting earth and water, body and spirit. Nearby, the site of Durrington Walls reveals evidence of vast feasting. Gatherings of people who traveled across Britain to share in rites whose details we no longer possess. Within the stone circle itself, traces of cremation tell us that the dead were honored here. Ashes buried in pits around the perimeter suggest this was once a necropolis, a city of the dead. But the very same place where the remains of the departed were laid to rest also welcomed the living in ritual assembly, the duality of Stonehenge, life and death. Silence and sound makes it feel less like a ruin and more like a threshold. The stones themselves tell part of the mystery. Some were quarried from as far away as the Preseli Hills in Wales, more than 150 miles distant. How, in an age before wheels and iron tools, were such immense blocks transported? And why was such effort given to bringing them here, to this one place? Theories abound. That the stones were considered to hold healing power, that they were carried as relics of ancestral lands, or that their sound, when struck, resonated in ways that linked the human body to the unseen world. For Stonehenge was not only a place of alignment with the heavens, its very shape creates an acoustic chamber. When voices are raised between the stones, when drums beat or flutes sound, the echoes swell and fade in strange patterns. Sound does not behave here, as it does in open fields. It lingers, it shifts, it bends. Some researchers have suggested that this was deliberate, that the arrangement of megaliths was as much about the shaping of sound as about the marking of solstices, a sacred soundscape, a place where music and chant could reach the ears of gods or ancestors or forces we no longer name. And yet, silence was just as important. Imagine standing within the ring, dawn mist rising, hundreds gathered, yet no words spoken, only the soft call of birds, the wind brushing through grass, the slow rising of the sun between two aligned stones. The silence itself becomes a rite, a weight, a presence. The absence of sound becomes its own sacred offering. The solstices draw most of the attention today, with crowds gathering to watch the midsummer sun rise over the heelstone, or to see the midwinter lights sink into alignment with the circle. But in the deep past, these moments may have been less a spectacle and more a passage. Moments when the living and the dead, the seen and the unseen, the silence and the chant, came together. In ceremonies now erased from memory, one cannot help but wonder about those ceremonies. Did the priests of Stonehenge wear masks of animals, chanting as they walked the avenues? Did the people fast before gathering, purifying themselves for the moment when light and shadow met in the stone frame? Were offerings laid at the foot of the trilithons, or poured into the soil where fire once burned? We do not know, but the landscape suggests a choreography larger than any single ritual. The rivers, the hills, the mounds, all parts of a greater stage. Stonehenge is also linked to death in ways more tangible. The bones discovered around the site belong not to ordinary villagers, but often to individuals with signs of long journeys, people who may have come from distant lands. Perhaps to be buried at Stonehenge was to be woven into a community of the ancestors, to rest within a circle that echoed the heavens themselves. The cremation suggests fire played its part here, purifying flesh into ash, carrying spirit into air. And once more, fire too makes sound, the crackling of wood, the roar of flame, stone, silence, sound, and fire, all blending into rites we can only glimpse. The question lingers, why such immense stones, hauled such impossible distances? Why create a monument so enduring when wood would have sufficed for a generation? The answer may be less about architecture and more about permanence. Stone endures as the ancestors endure. Stone keeps silence as the mysteries keep silence. To stand within Stonehenge is to stand in a place that refuses to die. A place where rites, though forgotten, still vibrate in the air, Comparative mythologies echo faintly here. Circles of stones appear in many cultures, from the cromlechs of Brittany to the megalithic rings of Ireland and the Mediterranean. Always they mark boundaries between worlds, thresholds between life and death, calendars of sky and earth. Stonehenge is not alone, but it is singular in scale and precision, and within its silence, it holds more questions than answers. Some scholars suggest ancestor worship was central, the stones acting as eternal guardians, keeping vigil over the living. Others lean toward the solstice rites, moments when heaven and earth met, and when communities could renew their bonds with forces greater than themselves. Still others look to sound, to drums, flutes, chants, and the strange acoustic play of voices among stones, which might have created trance, vision, or altered states. All are possibilities, none are certainties. And so, as the sun sets behind the great trilithons, we are left not with solutions, but with the quiet presence of the stones themselves, silent, yet never empty, forgotten, yet never erased. They stand as reminders that once, thousands of years ago, the plains of Salisbury carried voices, chants, silences, and flames that no text records. The stones remember, even if we do not, and perhaps that is their gift, not to give us answers, but to hold us in mystery, to remind us that silence itself is a ritual, that not every question must be solved, and that sometimes the deepest truths lie in the sound that is never spoken. Here, in the hush of Stonehenge, the forgotten rites remain. The silence still speaks. The mystery of Stonehenge does not stand alone. Just 2 miles away lies Durrington Walls, a vast earthwork once surrounded by timber circles, houses, and great avenues. Here, archaeologists have unearthed remains of enormous feasts. Pig bones, some with butchery marks still visible, reveal animals brought from across Britain. Some were driven more than 250 miles, their isotopes tracing origins in distant highlands. To bring such animals here was not a matter of chance, it was pilgrimage. Communities converged, walking for weeks across wild land, their steps guided by purpose. Imagine the scene, thousands gathered in midwinter, fires burning, drums echoing, the timber circles of Durrington Walls, alive with sound, laughter, chanting, and from there, a processional avenue stretching down to the river, a path linking the world of wood, the world of the living, to the world of stone. For Stonehenge itself seems bound to death, permanence, and silence. Wood decays, stone endures. Wood burns with fire, stone holds the ashes. The two sites, linked by avenues and water, may have formed part of a ritual journey, from life into death, from feast into silence, from sound into stillness. At Stonehenge, cremations bear witness to the final stage. The ashes of men, women, even children were placed in pits around the great circle. A necropolis, yes, but more than that, a stage where death was woven into cosmic order. When flames reduced the body to smoke and ember, the stones waited, silent guardians, keeping the ashes within their ring. Modern researchers have studied the acoustics here with care. Clapping hands in the center of the circle produces echoes not heard in open fields. Low chants vibrate and spread in ways that seem amplified, as though the stones were themselves resonant instruments. If drums were beaten here, their sound may have reverberated, folding back upon itself, blurring the boundaries between rhythm and silence. If voices chanted, their echoes may have lingered, creating the sensation of being surrounded by more than human song. Such soundscapes could alter the mind, lift it, shift it. One can imagine trance, vision, communion. Not entertainment, but contact with something larger, something that required both sound and its absence. And yet, it was not always sound that mattered. The deliberate silence of Stonehenge may have been just as powerful. In the pause after the chant, in the hush before dawn, when the first rays of the solstice sun aligned with the stones, silence itself became a sacred act. a whole community holding its breath, listening not to one another, but to the sky. The solstice alignments are precise. At midsummer, the rising sun strikes directly over the heelstone, entering the circle with perfect balance. At midwinter, the setting sun sinks into alignment through the great trilithons. Such events would have marked time in ways deeper than calendars. They tied human lives to cosmic rhythm, anchoring birth and death, planting and harvest, in a larger cycle. Chapter 8. The Firekeepers of Chavin, Peru's ancient ceremonial labyrinths high in the central highlands of Peru, where mist drifts across sharp ridges and rivers cut their paths deep into stone. There stands a place older than empire, long before the Incas traced their roads across the Andes, before kingdoms rose and fell upon coastal deserts. The people of Chavin raised a temple that would outlast their names. It was not a palace, nor a fortress. It was a sanctuary, a labyrinth of stone chambers and darkened passageways, carved to guide the human spirit inward. Shabin Dawanta, a name whispered with reverence, both in archaeology and in myth. From around 900 BCE to 200 BCE, it drew pilgrims from across the Andean world. No one can say with certainty what was taught within its walls, only that people came from valleys, mountains, and far-off coasts, bearing offerings of gold, shells, and stone. They did not arrive for trade, nor for war. They came to descend into the temple, to leave something behind, and perhaps to emerge changed. The complex itself does not sprawl out beneath the open sky. Instead, it folds inward, corridors tunnel through the stone, bending into sudden angles, leading to chambers where light scarcely reaches. The ceilings are low, the air heavy. Fires once burned here, and their smoke must have clung to the walls, mixing with the smell of damp earth and incense. The labyrinth was no accident of architecture. It was designed to disorient, to unmove the senses, to prepare the mind for whatever mysteries awaited within. The heart of Chavin is not a throne room, but a monolith. Hidden deep within the maze stands the Lanzon, a great granite stela, rising 15 feet tall, carved with a god who is part human, part animal, part something more. Fangs curl from its mouth, serpents coil through its hair. Its eyes gaze both outward and inward, as if seeing in two worlds at once. This was no idol to be worshipped at a distance. The Lanzon was embedded in the earth itself, accessible only through narrow corridors, as if pilgrims were meant to seek it like a secret, to stand before it in the dark, after long disorientation, was to come face to face with the guardian of the underworld. Around the Lanzon, priests and firekeepers shaped rituals of transformation. Archaeologists have uncovered conch shell trumpets, known as puchidus, buried in the temple. When blown, their deep echoing tones could reverberate through the stone passages, like the roar of some great unseen animal. Imagine the sound, low, primeval, pulsing through the chambers, folding upon itself until you could not tell whether it came from without or from within your own chest. Firelight danced across carvings of jaguars, caimans, eagles, creatures of power, liminal beings that crossed boundaries between worlds. The Chavin world was not divided neatly between human and animal, earth and sky, waking and dream. Instead, it was blurred. Priests, under the influence of powerful hallucinogens, sought to embody the spirits of animals, to shift their form, to see with other eyes. The San Pedro cactus, with its mescaline visions, still grows across the highlands. It may have been consumed here, its effects guiding initiates deeper into trance, into visions of serpent gods and star-flecked skies. In these altered states, sound and fire were not background. They were tools. Flames flickered in tunnels, throwing, moving shadows that transformed carved faces into living presences. Trumpets roared like thunder. Water channels, ingeniously carved beneath the temple, rushed and echoed, filling chambers with a constant roar, as if the temple itself were breathing. To walk within Chavin was not to step into silence. It was to step into a living body of stone, sound, and shadow. Among the many carvings scattered through the site, one stands apart. The smiling god, a figure with fangs, bared not in menace, but in ecstasy. Its mouth stretches wide, eyes alight, caught in a state that is neither human nor beast, neither sober nor dreaming. Scholars believe this may represent the moment of transformation, the initiate, mid-vision, becoming something other than himself. To carve such a moment into stone was to declare it eternal, that the highest act was not conquest, nor labor, but metamorphosis. But who were the fire keepers? The ones who tended the flames, sounded the trumpets, guided the initiates into the labyrinth. Their names are lost, yet their presence lingers. They were not rulers in the sense of kings, for Chavin shows little evidence of armies or fortresses. Their power was of another kind. They were custodians of ritual, guardians of thresholds. They kept the fires alive, not for warmth or cooking, but for revelation. Outside the temple, life moved on. Farmers sowed quinoa and maize in the valleys. Herders led llamas across high pastures. But above them all, the temple stood, its smoke rising against the mountain sky. From distant coasts and deserts, people journeyed here, not for trade, but for initiation. Offerings of spondylus shell, carried from warm Pacific waters, hundreds of miles away. Tell us of networks stretched across the Andes. Gold ornaments, finely worked, were left in the earth, never to be retrieved. Something about Chavin demanded sacrifice of wealth, of certainty, of self. The full nature of these ceremonies remains elusive. Archaeologists piece together fragments, bones, carvings, shadows of walls, long collapsed. Yet the purpose of the labyrinth still breathes with ambiguity. Was it a school of mystery, training initiates in altered states? Was it a center of pilgrimage, binding diverse peoples into a shared vision? Was it a place where human consciousness itself was shaped, stretched, and remade? The stones do not answer directly. They whisper. They invite speculation, but never yield conclusion. What we can say is that those who entered Chavin did not emerge unchanged. The temple was not built for spectacle, but for experience. To walk its tunnels, hear its thunderous conch shells, feel its firelight against shifting stone, was to enter a space where ordinary perception unraveled. What emerged in its place was something new, a vision of human life entangled with gods, animals, and forces beyond. Even today, standing among the ruins, the air feels heavy with presence. The mountains lean in close, the rivers murmur, the stones breathe with memory. Tourists walk the corridors with flashlights, archaeologists measure and map. Yet, if you close your eyes, the hum of the ancient temple still seems to stir. You can almost hear the low roar of water beneath your feet, the call of the trumpet vibrating through stone, the rustle of feathers in unseen dark. The fire keepers are gone. Their rituals have fallen silent, but the labyrinth remains, half collapsed, half forgotten, still holding its secrets. And perhaps that is fitting, for the essence of Chavin was never to explain, but to transform. Its truth was not written on stone tablets, but carried in experience, fleeting, unrecordable, ineffable. Like fire itself, it could only be tended, never owned, and so the temple waits. High in the Andes, a monument not to empire, nor to conquest, but to the mystery of human consciousness itself. The labyrinth calls softly, inviting us to remember that within silence and shadow, within fire and sound, lies the oldest rite of all, the transformation of the self. Here, we pause. The fires dim, the conch shell falls silent, the corridors return to stillness. But the memory of the smiling god lingers, a reminder that deep within the human story lies a hidden labyrinth, waiting to be walked. Chapter 9, The Feathered Serpent's Procession. Teotihuacans, Mysteries beneath the valley of central Mexico, where volcanic mountains pressed the horizon into jagged silhouettes, lies a city of silence, Teotihuacan, the place where gods were born. Today, its broad avenues are dusted with wind-blown sand, its pyramids worn by centuries of rain and fire, yet the stones still breathe a strange rhythm, as if they once carried the weight of song's footsteps and prayers no living memory can recall. Archaeologists walk its plazas with careful steps, measuring walls, tracing patterns in carved stone. But for those who come at dawn, when the sun rises over the Pyramid of the Sun and casts long shadows across the Avenue of the Dead, there is another sense altogether. The silence feels too deliberate, as though it has been cultivated, as though the people who raised these monuments intended them to outlast their own voices. The Pyramid of the Sun rises over 70 meters, aligned not by chance, but by the movement of celestial bodies. To climb its terraces is to walk upward into the sky, each platform a step closer to some unspoken order of the heavens. Nearby, the Pyramid of the Moon looks out over the avenue, its base tied to the flow of water and the memory of mountains. And at the heart of the ceremonial center stands the Temple of the Feathered Serpent, a structure adorned with stone faces that still seem to watch. Some were the features of the storm god, with wide, circular eyes, jaws like a crocodile, and curling headdress. Others, unmistakably, belong to the plumed serpent, its stone jaws open, its body winding through the facade like a living river of scales. Excavations here have uncovered more than architecture. Beneath the Temple of the Feathered Serpent, archaeologists found the remains of hundreds, warriors, perhaps, or offerings, their hands bound, their bodies laid in deliberate order, accompanied by weapons, ornaments, and obsidian blades. Mass, sacrifice, etched into the very foundation of the temple. Yet the silence of Teotihuacan offers no clear answer to why. Was it renewal? Was it cosmic duty? Or was it the procession of the feathered serpent itself? A ritual, not only for the living, but for unseen beings, gods, or ancestors who demanded such offerings. Unlike the Maya or the Aztecs, the builders of Teotihuacan left no written record. No inscriptions narrate the rituals. No codices survived the centuries. What remains are fragments, murals that show priests wearing elaborate headdresses, figures with shells and feathers, symbols of water, fire, and transformation. Some show a procession of masked figures carrying conch shells, flanked by images of serpents descending from the heavens. The art is neither purely decorative nor entirely explanatory. It hints, but it does not reveal. Deep below, in recent years, tunnels were discovered under the temple. They stretched into the earth, their walls lined with pyrite and liquid mercury, creating the illusion of a shimmering underworld, a man-made reflection of stars and rivers. Within, archaeologists uncovered statues, obsidian knives, and objects arranged with reverence, as though these chambers were not mere storage, but a place of passage. To descend was to cross into another plane, a threshold into realms unseen. The question lingers, was Teotihuacan a city for the living, or was it primarily a theater for ritual? Its wide avenue, known as the Avenue of the Dead, suggests processions. Perhaps great gatherings moved slowly along its path, bearing offerings, chanting, carrying the dead toward transformation. Imagine the sound of drums, the deep call of conch shells echoing between the high stone walls. At night, torches would flicker, firelight painting the serpent heads in gold and shadow. Yet, no ruler's tomb has ever been found here. Unlike Egypt, where pharaohs lay in their pyramids, Teotihuacan hides its kings, if kings there ever were. Some scholars suggest it was not ruled by one, but by many, a council, a collective order, or perhaps a priestly class whose authority rested in ritual rather than in crown. If so, then the true rulers of Teotihuacan were not human alone, but divine, the gods of rain, sun, and feathered serpents, who demanded ceremony without end. The plumed serpent, known later in Mesoamerica as Quetzalcoatl, is more than an image of power. It is a symbol of duality, earth and sky, serpent and bird, death and rebirth. To honor such a being required more than stone pyramids. It required movement, sound, sacrifice, and transformation. The murals suggest rites of fertility, of water, of fire, of cosmic renewal. Yet without words to anchor them, we can only follow shadows. Still, the city speaks in alignments. The Pyramid of the Sun is not random in its placement. It sits along the avenue, aligned with the setting of the Pleiades, marking moments when cycles of time were renewed. The entire urban plan echoes celestial order, as though the city itself was a cosmic diagram, a ritual instrument turned to stone. To walk its streets was perhaps to walk within the body of a larger being, where ritual and architecture became one. And then, the silence. Around the 7th century, Teotihuacan began to decline. Fires swept across its temples, statues were shattered, murals defaced. Some believe it was rebellion, the people rising against their rulers. Others whisper of drought, famine, or invasion. Whatever the cause, the city was abandoned. By the time the Aztecs discovered it centuries later, it was already a ruin. Yet they, too, felt its gravity. They named it the place where gods were born, and they wove it into their own sacred histories, claiming that the sun itself was kindled. Here, imagine then, how processions once moved along the Avenue of the Dead, lines of figures carrying torches, masks gleaming, feathers rising above the crowd. The sound of drums, steady, unbroken, the call of conch shells, echoing against stone. And above them, the serpents' heads gazing out, their stone mouths open in eternal witness. Was it a celebration of life? Or was it a ritual of death? Perhaps in Teotihuacan, the two were never separate. To die was to join the gods. To sacrifice was to nourish the cosmos. To walk in procession was to take part in a rhythm that bound heaven and earth. Today, the pyramids rise still, silent against the horizon. Tourists climb their steps, standing where once only initiates stood. Yet the silence remains, a silence so vast it feels intentional, as if the ancient builders wished to protect their mysteries by leaving only stone and shadow. The feathered serpent continues its procession, not in movement, but in memory, in the carvings, in the tunnels, in the alignments of stars. The city has not spoken for over 1,000 years, and yet, in its silence, it whispers still. Chapter 10: Echoes in the Jungle. Maya blood rituals. In the dense embrace of the Central American jungle, where ceiba trees stretch their branches like cosmic ladders, the ruins of Maya cities still rise from the green silence. Pyramids emerge from the canopy-like mountains, shaped by human hands, their steps leading upward to sanctuaries where ritual and sky once converged. Here, in places like Yaxchilan, Copan, and Tikal, the Maya performed ceremonies that sought not only to speak to the gods, but to sustain the balance of the universe itself. The blood rituals of the Maya are often misunderstood when viewed through modern eyes. To the people who lived beneath the movements of the stars and the cycles of the sacred calendar, blood was more than life. It was a medium of communication, a sacred essence, a bridge between human flesh and the unseen realms. In their worldview, creation itself began with sacrifice. The gods, in the primordial age, spilled their own essence to form the world and animate humanity. In return, humans were bound to repay this original debt, feeding the cosmos with their own offerings of vitality. The act of bloodletting was central to this sacred exchange. Unlike the public spectacles of human sacrifice that drew the eyes of entire cities, bloodletting was often intimate, private, and deliberate. Kings and queens, nobles and priests drew their own blood in offerings that joined their personal life force to the wider order of the cosmos. It was not delegated to servants. It was an act of responsibility, a weight borne by those who stood at the threshold between the human and the divine. In carved reliefs preserved on temple lintels, we see queens piercing their tongues with ropes strung with obsidian or stingray spines, the cord pulled slowly through flesh so that drops of blood fell into woven paper, ready to be burned. Kings opened their ears, or their genitals, releasing blood in streams that soaked into cloth before being offered to fire. As the flames consumed these soaked offerings, smoke rose into the night, believed to carry visions into the sky, forming a bridge between earth and spirit. The smoke was not only symbolic. In the curling forms, participants often perceived apparitions, ancestors, gods, and mythical beings emerging from the shifting haze. These were vision quests, gateways into altered states of consciousness. The pain, the blood loss, the rhythmic chanting, and the flickering light of torches combined to draw the mind into new thresholds of awareness. Within this altered perception, the ruler could commune with the spirit world, receive guidance from deities, or summon ancestral warriors to stand beside the living. One of the most famous depictions of this rite is found at Yaxchilin, Unlint 25. Lady Zook, Queen 2, Shield, Jaguar 2, kneels in trance. Blood falls from her tongue onto paper, which is burned in a vessel before her. From the smoke, a vision serpent rises, its great body coiling into the air, its jaws opening wide. Emerging from the serpent's mouth is a warrior, an ancestral spirit clad in elaborate regalia, carrying shield and spear. This was not imagined as illusion, but as manifestation. The serpent was a living conduit, summoned through the queen's sacrifice, granting presence to powers otherwise unseen. The serpent appears again and again in Maya art, its scales winding between sky and earth, its mouth a threshold between dimensions. Through blood, this threshold could be opened. The body was the key, the ritual, the turning of the lock. Pain was not simply endured, it was transformed into passage. Sacrifice extended beyond the self. Captives taken in war were offered in blood to the gods, their lives released atop pyramids, under the gaze of the stars. To the Maya, these deaths were not senseless violence, but the renewal of cosmic contracts. Some captives were painted blue before their final moments, the color of rain and sacrifice, tying their essence to the watery underworld of Chak, the rain god. Others were offered to the sun, their hearts lifted high in the first light of dawn. Yet, blood was not always taken in death. Sometimes it was offered in drops, sometimes in streams, sustaining rituals tied to the calendar. The Maya kept track of cycles so intricate that each ritual aligned with celestial events. The zenith passage of the sun, the turning of Venus in the morning sky, the counting of bactans that stretched across centuries. The spilling of blood was a synchronization of human flesh with cosmic rhythm, a way of harmonizing the fragile body with eternal time. To reduce these rituals to cruelty is to misunderstand them. To the Maya, bloodletting was a language. It spoke, not only to gods, but to ancestors, to forces of nature, to the very pattern of existence. In blood was memory, power, and obligation, and through its release, the rulers showed their devotion, their worthiness, and their willingness to maintain the fragile order that held back chaos. The locations chosen for these ceremonies deepened their significance. On temple tops, offerings were made closer to the sky, the rising smoke uniting with the stars. In dark chambers, caves, or cenotes, sacred sinkholes leading to the underworld, blood was given back to the earth, carried into waters that reflected both sky above and depths below. These sites were not chosen at random. They were thresholds, liminal places where worlds touched. By bleeding into them, humans entered into the same continuum, offering themselves at the crossroads of existence. Some researchers suggest that psychoactive plants and substances were used in conjunction with bloodletting, enemas of fermented drinks, inhaled resins, or the smoke of burning herbs, may have accompanied the pain and blood loss, intensifying visions. Together, they created ritual states where boundaries between body and cosmos dissolved, whether through chemicals or through the body's own altered state under strain. The outcome was the same: visions of beings who guided, warned, or blessed. What remains enigmatic is the deeper metaphysical aim. Were these sacrifices primarily offerings to sustain gods, feeding them so that the sun might rise and the rains return? Or were they journeys into consciousness itself, ways of training rulers to perceive beyond ordinary reality, to enter states of clarity that shaped political and spiritual authority? Perhaps both are true. In the Maya worldview, sustaining the cosmos and entering visions were not separate acts, but woven together, each dependent on the other. Archaeological evidence continues to emerge. At Copan, altars carved in the shape of cosmic monsters still bear traces of pigment, where blood offerings may have been poured. At Chichen Itza, murals depict warriors and prisoners bound together in cycles of conflict and sacrifice. At small shrines deep in caves, shards of pottery and traces of copal incense suggest intimate ceremonies far from public eyes. Across the vast Maya world, from Guatemala to the Yucatan, the echoes of these rituals are scattered, fragments of a song whose full melody we can no longer hear, and yet, even in their silence, they speak. The lintels, the murals, the altars tell us that for the Maya, the body was not separate from the cosmos. Flesh was sky, blood was rain, pain was passage. To pierce the skin was to pierce the veil between worlds. To let blood flow was to remind the gods that humans still remembered the first sacrifice, the divine gift that made creation possible. Today the jungle has reclaimed much of their world. Roots split temples, vines creep over stone, and parrots call across plazas where once incense smoke curled into the night. Yet in the stillness, if one listens, there is a rhythm that remains. It is not the sound of drums or chants, but something quieter, the echo of intention, the memory of lifeblood falling into fire, the quiet persistence of a worldview where sacrifice was not loss, but communion. The Maya did not vanish. Their descendants live on across the highlands and lowlands, carrying fragments of ancient calendars, planting maize in cycles tied to the moon, and remembering, in story and ceremony, that the balance of the world is delicate. Though the grand rituals of bloodletting have faded, the echoes remain in subtle gestures, in offerings of candles, in prayers whispered beside rivers and caves, and so the jungle holds their secrets gently. The ceiba trees still rise, their roots reaching into the underworld, their branches stretching toward the stars. Beneath their shade, the ruins sleep, carrying the memory of rituals where kings and queens offered not only their rule, but their very flesh, to keep the universe whole. In the hush of evening, when the sun sets behind pyramid steps now softened by moss, one can almost imagine the smoke curling upward again, a vision serpent rising from the flames, its body woven of shadow and ember, carrying voices that once spoke between worlds. The jungle listens still, and in its silence, the echoes of Maya blood rituals continue to breathe. Chapter 11. The Nazca Lines, a ceremonial map to the sky, beneath the unbroken horizon of Peru's coastal desert, where silence stretches farther than the eye can carry. There lies an enigma carved into the earth itself. The Nazca Lines immense geoglyphs of spirals, animals, and endless lines rest upon the arid pampa, etched into stone and sand more than 1,000 years ago. From the ground, they appear as simple furrows, shallow marks in the dust. Yet from above, they resolve into figures of astonishing scale. A hummingbird drawn with wings spread wide, a monkey with a coiled tail, a giant condor soaring across the desert floor. Some stretch for hundreds of meters, traced with a precision that defies their simplicity. The desert holds them in quiet reverence. For 2 millennia, almost no rain has fallen here, and the stones themselves, darkened by sun and age, conceal beneath them a lighter sand. When ancient hands swept these darker stones aside, they revealed lines that, because of the desert's dryness and stillness, remain visible even today. What began as an act of ritual has endured as one of the great unsolved mysteries of human devotion. The Nazca were not strangers to the land's demands. This desert is a harsh expanse, almost devoid of water. To survive, a people had to listen closely to the whispers of earth and sky. Archaeologists have found traces of aqueducts, underground channels, and ceremonial wells that speak of ingenuity. And yet, water was always scarce, always fragile. It is here, amid the tension between survival and spirit, that the G emerge. Some scholars suggest that the lines were offerings to the gods of rain, pathways drawn to summon life from the sky. The figures, in this reading, become prayers etched in earth. A hummingbird is not merely a bird, is a messenger between flowers, between dryness and bloom. A spider may echo fertility, weaving both web and life. The monkey, with its spiraled tail, may mirror constellations overhead, its figure joining heaven and ground. Each carving becomes more than shape, it becomes invocation. And then, there are the lines themselves, long unbroken tracks that cross the desert floor. Many of them converge upon sacred sites, hills, or points on the horizon. Some run directly toward the rising or setting sun at solstices, their direction echoing a celestial calendar. Others form vast trapezoids, like paths meant not for feet but for spirits. Walking these lines, one feels their immensity, not through sight, but through the body's movement, the desert underfoot, the endless sky above, the lines stretching forward without end. Were these processional routes, where communities walked, together in ritual silence, their footsteps echoing prayers. The geoglyphs are not confined to one kind of meaning. They are both art and path, symbol and ceremony. Excavations have revealed broken pottery, ritual vessels, and traces of offerings placed along the lines, suggesting that these were not idle drawings, but living rituals, enacted by many hands. And yet, the most haunting question remains: why? So vast. Why figures that cannot be seen in their entirety from the ground? Some propose that the Nazca imagined the gods themselves, gazing from above, that these figures were offerings not to human eyes, but to celestial ones, to draw for the divine, not for the mortal. The desert floor became canvas, and the sky its audience. Others turned to the heavens with another thought, that the geoglyphs mirror constellations, that the lines are a terrestrial map of the stars. In this view, the hummingbird may be aligned with the path of certain celestial events, the monkey with a spiral echo of cosmic movement. But the evidence, though suggestive, is not final. The desert holds its silence. What is certain is the devotion required. 2 sweepstones aside, kilometer after kilometer, under sun and thirst, was not a small act. It was collective, generational, perhaps sustained by entire communities who returned again and again to maintain what wind and time might erode. The geoglyphs became both labor and offering. The desert itself transformed into a temple without walls. Walking there now, one feels the strangeness of scale. A single footstep seems too small beside the immense forms. Yet that is what they are made of: countless small gestures, each hand moving a stone, each body carrying out a role within something larger. It is a reminder that devotion is often composed of the smallest actions, repeated with intention until they shape something enduring. From the air, the Nazca lines appear like whispers of geometry drawn upon the earth. From the ground, they appear endless, unfathomable in their scale. Their mystery lies in this duality, that they are both immense and intimate, cosmic in scope, yet carved by human hands. And so the desert keeps them, silent witnesses to a faith we cannot fully translate. Perhaps they were prayers for water, drawn to sustain life in a harsh land. Perhaps they were pathways for processions, where voices rose together under the stars. Perhaps they were maps of the sky, guiding souls toward celestial order. Or perhaps they were all of these at once, woven together into a worldview we can only glimpse at the edges. In the long quiet of the Nazca Desert, where the horizon blurs into heat and silence, the lines remain. They are echoes of a people's unseen dialogue with sky and earth, a dialogue that still waits unanswered. And as you picture them now, the monkey's spiral, the hummingbird's wings, the condor's flight, allow yourself to drift into that same silence. A desert vast, eternal, where the stars look down upon shapes drawn for them alone. The mystery continues, without conclusion, held by the sands, waiting in stillness. Imagine the stillness of that desert at night. The wind is absent, the stars unveiled in their countless thousands. The Milky Way drapes across the heavens like a silver river. In that silence, it is not difficult to imagine the Nazca standing in reverence, looking upward, and then downward again, to the shapes their own hands had carved into the earth. Perhaps they walked the long line slowly, barefoot upon the dust, tracing pathways meant to echo celestial journeys. The desert floor became an extension of the sky, and their footsteps became offerings of alignment, binding earth to heaven. Archaeologists have studied how these figures were made. There is no grand mystery of tools, only the simple act of sweeping aside the darker stones that coat the desert surface. Beneath, the paler soil revealed itself, leaving behind luminous traces that could stretch 4 kilometers. Stakes of wood have been found embedded at the ends of lines, guiding their creation. It was not advanced machinery, nor was it beyond human capacity. Yet what astonishes is not how, but why. The effort required, the vision sustained, the immense of the forms all speak to a cultural priority beyond mere survival. In one reading, the Nazca lines may have been seasonal gatherings, places where rituals of water and fertility were enacted. The desert, despite its dryness, hides underground. Rivers, veins of life beneath barren sand. Some trapezoids and lines appear to point toward aquifers or ancient puqueos, spiraling wells that tap into subterranean streams. Could the geoglyphs have been prayers inscribed above these hidden waters, binding ritual to survival? The hummingbird, long associated with rain in Andean cosmology, may have been called upon not only as symbol, but as intercessor, a winged messenger between sky and earth, drought and rain. Other figures take on different shades of meaning. The spider, often associated with fertility and with weaving, appears on the desert floor with extraordinary precision. In some interpretations, it may represent the fertility of crops, or perhaps the weaving of cosmic threads that connect realms. The monkey, with its curling tail, may echo not just an animal of the forest, but the spiral of the heavens, a movement mirrored in the night sky. Each creature, familiar yet vast, becomes both earthly and celestial. And then there are the human figures, less frequent, but no less mysterious. A figure with outstretched arms, sometimes called the astronaut, though it predates such imagery by over a millennium. Is it a shaman, caught mid-vision? A spirit being, marked upon the earth as part of myth? Or something else, something we cannot yet translate? The ambiguity invites silence more than certainty. One must remember, the Nazca culture existed for centuries. These geoglyphs were not made in a single generation, but across time. They are layered in meaning, layered in history. What began as one ritual purpose may have evolved into another. Some lines are older, some newer, crossing each other, extending traditions that were perhaps no longer understood in their original form. This continuity suggests not only devotion, but a cultural memory that was maintained even as empires rose and fell around them. The desert itself preserves them, almost unnaturally. In any other place, rain or wind would erase such lines within decades. But here, in one of the driest places on earth, the silence has kept them. Each figure remains as though drawn yesterday. The sun moves across them daily, the stars nightly, but the lines hold their shape, unchanging. enduring witnesses of an ancient covenant. And yet, for all that endurance, their meaning slips through our grasp. Were they meant to be seen from the sky, or experienced by walking them? Some scholars suggest that vision was not external but internal, that the walking of the lines, the participation in processions, could induce altered states of awareness. Long walks under burning sun, fasting, rhythmic movement, these are tools of ritual transformation found across cultures. Perhaps, in walking the endless straight lines of the Nazca Desert, participants entered into another state of consciousness, where earth and sky blurred, where the figures they could not see from the ground revealed themselves inwardly, in visions rather than in sight. There are fragments of pottery, remains of offerings, and signs of ceremonial fires near the These traces whisper of gatherings, of rites carried out, not in secrecy, but in shared devotion. The desert, barren though it seems, may have been alive with chanting voices, with the slow rhythm of processions, with the sound of ritual instruments, echoing across the emptiness. Imagine torches against the dark, lines of people walking vast geometries under starlight, their movements inscribing meaning upon a silence too great to break. We may never know the totality of what these lines meant. That is their enduring power. They invite reflection without resolution, speculation without conclusion. Each theory, whether of water rituals, fertility offerings, celestial maps, or spiritual pathways, carries truth, but none holds the whole. Perhaps they were all of these, woven together in ways we can no longer untangle. Perhaps they were something beyond all of them. The Nazca lines remain as a question carved into the earth, a question we cannot fully answer, but can only honor by standing before their immensity. They remind us that human hands, guided by faith, can shape the world, not for utility alone, but for mystery, for beauty, for a dialogue with the unseen. Tonight, as you picture them in your mind, imagine standing at the edge of that desert plain. The air is still, the ground pale beneath the stars. Far away, a line stretches forward into the distance, straight and unbroken. Somewhere beyond your sight, a hummingbird spreads its wings, a condor takes flight, a monkey coils its spiral tail. You cannot see them in full, but you know they are there, and like the Nazca themselves, you walk forward into that silence, step by step, line by line, a journey not of answers, but of devotion, a journey that continues still, carved into the earth, written in dust, waiting beneath the gaze of stars. The desert holds its secrets, and for now, we leave them there, resting, eternal, beneath the quiet sky. Beneath the surface of this mystery lies another. The Nazca people were not simply drawing in sand. They were living in dialogue with their environment, responding to one of the harshest landscapes on Earth. The desert plain seems barren, but it hides what the Nazca may have regarded as sacred veins of life, underground aquifers. Their ancestors engineered puquios, spiral wells carved deep into the ground, lined with stone, guiding water up from beneath the surface. Even today, some of these ancient waterworks still function. They are spiral gateways, spiraling like galaxies, echoing the same geometry seen in the geoglyphs themselves. When we place the puquios alongside the geoglyphs, a pattern begins to emerge, not of practical survival alone, but of spiritual cartography. To the Nazca, water was not simply resource. It was divinity, movement, lifeblood. Carving giant figures into the desert might have been their way of speaking with the unseen forces that governed rainfall, fertility, and the cycles of life. To walk the lines was perhaps to call forth water, to remind the hidden rivers below and the clouds above of humanity's devotion. Across the world, one finds echoes of this act of inscribing earth with sacred form. In southern England, the Uffington white horse stretches across a hillside, carved into chalk, visible from afar, yet elusive in meaning. In the Atacama Desert, not far to the south of Nazca, the giant geoglyph of a human figure called the Atacama Giants stands etched against barren hillsides. In each of these, a common thread emerges: landscapes transformed into canvases, symbols writ large enough to be seen not only by human eyes, but perhaps by gods, spirits, or the stars themselves. The Nazca lines are different in scale and intricacy, yet they fit into this global pattern of earth writing. It is as if early civilizations knew that certain messages could not be contained within temples or tablets. They had to be inscribed into the world itself, so vast and enduring that even silence and time would not erase them. Consider, too, the night sky. For the Nazca, as for countless ancient peoples, the heavens were not a backdrop but a mirror. The constellations were not distant lights, but active presences, guiding cycles of planting, harvest, ritual. Some archaeologists suggest that certain lines may align with solstice, sunrises, or the rising points of particular stars. The desert floor, then, was not just a ritual stage, but a map reflecting the heavens. Walking these lines may have been a way of participating in the sky's eternal procession, bringing human bodies into alignment with cosmic order. Yet not all alignments are astronomical. Some appear to stretch toward mountains, those towering beings regarded as guardians in Indian cosmology. Mountains catch clouds, mountains give water. To draw a line toward them may have been to establish a direct thread of communication between desert and peak, between supplicant and divine. And still, questions linger. The figures are immense, some hundreds of meters across, yet from the ground, they are nearly invisible in their entirety. This has led some to imagine aerial views, to wonder if the Nazca intended their work to be seen from above. But perhaps that is our modern projection, rooted in the eye of the observer. The Nazca may not have needed to see the figures as a whole. Their faith lay in the act, not in the image. The ritual was in the walking, the carving, the repetition. The figures did not need to be seen, they needed to be made, and remade, and remembered. We can imagine processions moving along the trapezoids, hundreds of people walking together under a merciless sun. Dust rises with each step, yet the lines hold steady. They are not roads in the practical sense. They lead nowhere except into the silence of the desert, and perhaps that was their purpose, to lead participants away from the ordinary, into ritual space, into an emptiness that was not barren but sacred. Pottery shards found near some figures depict similar motifs, the very same animals, spirals, and symbols painted on vessels, echoed on textiles. This repetition suggests that the geoglyphs were not isolated expressions, but part of a larger symbolic vocabulary that wove through every aspect of Nazca life. Their culture was speaking a single language of symbol, from the small vessel held in the hand to the great canvas spread across the earth. Somewhere in this interweaving of land, sky, water, and ritual, the Nazca built a world of meaning we can glimpse, but never fully translate. They remind us that civilizations need not build towering pyramids or vast cities to leave a legacy. Sometimes, the most enduring monuments are lines of dust, fragile yet eternal, carved not upward but outward. And so, the desert keeps its secrets. A hummingbird stretches its wings across the plain, waiting for rain. A monkey coils its tail into a spiral, echoing galaxies above and wells below. A condor spreads its wings, carrying prayers to distant mountains, and the people who made them there. Names lost, their voices silent remain, present in these shapes. Guardians of mysteries we are only beginning to approach. Perhaps that is the gift of the Nazca lines, not answers, but presence, not certainty, but wonder. They invite us to look upon the earth as sacred text, to see in its dust and silence the possibility of meaning far older, far deeper than our modern gaze. And tonight, as you rest, imagine the desert beneath starlight. Imagine walking one of those long lines, your steps slow and steady, the horizon endless. The air is dry, the ground pale, the stars countless. You do not know where the line leads. But you keep walking, because the path itself is the prayer. The desert receives your silence, the sky watches, and the lines endure. Chapter 12. The Shaman's Ascent. Siberian Sky Rites. Wind over the Siberian steppe carries a sound that is both endless and fragile. It moves across frozen rivers, through forests of birch and pine, over mountains that hold their silence, as though they were listening. In these vast spaces, long before borders and nations, human beings sought ways to speak with the sky. Here, among the enduring cold and the emptiness of tundra, the figure of the shaman arose. To the people of these lands, the shaman was not merely a healer or a guide. He was a traveler, one who crossed between worlds. In trance, his spirit ascended through layers of heaven or descended into the underworld, seeking lost souls, healing visions, or answers from spirits unseen. His body remained on earth, draped in hides, bones, and feathers. But his essence was believed to soar like a bird, climbing the invisible ladder of the cosmos. Archaeological traces hint at these journeys. In caves scattered across Siberia, engraved figures show antlered humans, half animal, half divine. Some wear masks carved from staghorn, others display wings stretching from their arms. The imagery is not random. The stag, powerful and elusive, was regarded as a carrier of souls, a bridge between human life and the world of spirits. To wear its antlers was to borrow its strength, to embody its capacity to move between realms. Fragments of drums have been uncovered, two circles of hide stretched across wooden frames, often painted with symbols of stars, rivers, and world trees. The drum was more than an instrument, it was a vessel. Its steady rhythm mimicked the heartbeat of the earth, guiding the shaman into trance. Each strike was said to be a step, each vibration a wing beat, lifting the soul upward. The cosmology underlying these rites was intricate, though rarely written down. It lived in oral tradition, in whispered teachings passed from elder to apprentice. The universe was imagined as a layered world beneath the dark realms of the under-earth, above the shining levels of the heavens, and in between, the middle ground where humans dwelled. At the center stood a cosmic axis, sometimes envisioned as a tree, sometimes as a mountain, sometimes as a pillar of smoke. The shaman, in his trance, climbed this axis, ascending toward the highest sky, or descending into the depths, depending on the need of the ritual. Such beliefs were not limited to Siberia alone. Across Mongolia, similar practices survived: drumming, chanting, and the use of the horse as a spirit mount. For the shaman, the horse was not only an animal of the steppe, but also a symbolic vehicle, carrying the soul across unseen distances. Archaeological finds of bronze plaques from the Scythian steppes, thousands of years old, depict horsemen crowned with horns or antlers, images that blur the line between warrior, animal, and spirit. Journey ER.1 cannot help but notice the parallels. In Norse myth, Odin himself was a shamanic god, hanging from the world tree to gain wisdom, accompanied by animal familiars. Among the ancient Greeks, depictions of the ecstatic maenads wearing fawn skins and antlers echo the same language of transformation. The Siberian shaman stands within this greater human lineage, the seeker who must leave the ordinary world in order to return with power, insight, or healing. And yet, the exact methods of the shaman's ascent remain veiled. Ethnographies of the 19th and early 20th centuries recorded chants and ritual sequences, but they admitted that much was withheld. Shamans rarely revealed their inner visions to outsiders. What we are left with are fragments of beating drums until the body shakes, of chanting names, of spirit guides, of breathing rhythms that shift consciousness. In some accounts, shamans consumed herbs or fungi that altered perception, such as the red-capped Amanita muscaria, known for its dreamlike, disorienting effects. But whether these substances were central or occasional is debated. What is certain is that the ritual did not depend on tools alone. It depended on intention, on inherited knowledge, on belief woven into every gesture. Imagine, then, the moment of ascent. A shaman sits in a darkened hut, firelight flickering on painted drums and wooden idols. His body begins to move with the rhythm, swaying back and forth, faster, then slower. Outside, the steppe lies frozen, but inside, a storm of sound gathers. The drumbeat becomes the sound of hooves, of wings, of something immense carrying him upward. He feels his antlered mask heavy upon his head, yet through it he sees differently. The ceiling of the hut is no longer wood, and height it opens to the sky. A ladder of stars appears, or a tree of fire, its branches reaching into the endless night. Step by step, or beat by beat, he climbs. For the community, the ritual was not spectacle, but necessity. Illness, infertility, lost game, or drought required action. The shaman's journey was not for curiosity, was for survival. When he returned, breathless, sweat-soaked, he would carry with him answers, instructions for offerings, cures for ailments, prophecies for the seasons ahead. His words, though spoken in human voice, were received as messages from the sky, and so the shaman became the axis of his people, the living embodiment of the bridge between worlds. He held together what otherwise might fall apart, the connection between human fragility and cosmic order. Without him, the world might feel empty. With him, it remained alive with presence. Even today, in remote corners of Siberia and Mongolia, echoes of these rites persist. Shamans still gather by rivers and sacred groves. They still beat their drums, still call upon the spirits of ancestors, and animals still climb the invisible ladders of the night. Their traditions have weathered centuries of suppression, yet they endure, carried forward not by written texts, but by living practice. What remains hidden is perhaps what is most essential, the true vision of the shaman's ascent to sky, as he saw it. The voices he heard can never be fully known to us. Archaeology gives us antlers, drums, masks, but the inner world of the trance remains a mystery, and maybe that is as it should be. Some knowledge is not for excavation, but for reverence. As you close your eyes tonight, imagine the sound of that drum, slow, steady, resonant. Feel the rhythm not as noise, but as a pulse, the same pulse that has guided countless journeys across centuries. Imagine the firelight dimming, the smoke rising, the roof dissolving into the stars. Somewhere within you, too, a ladder waits. Somewhere within you, too, the sky is opening, and just as the shaman once did, you begin to ascend not in body, but in spirit. Step by step, breath by breath, into the quiet vastness above. The wind moves across the steppe, the stars remain, and the journey continues. Chapter 13, Oracles of Fire, the Delphic Mystery. The mountains of Greece hold a silence that is not empty, but charged an ancient stillness where myth and memory linger. Rising above the valley of Phocis, Mount Parnassus gazes over olive groves and winding rivers, a landscape that once drew pilgrims from every corner of the known world. At its heart, clinging to the slopes, stood the sanctuary of Apollo at Delphi, the navel of the earth, as the ancients called it, the where heaven and earth were said to meet. Here, a woman sat upon a tripod, her body veiled, her words trembling into the air. She was the Pythia mouthpiece of Apollo, the oracle through whom God spoke to mortals. Kings sought her counsel before wars. Lawgivers sought her approval before writing their codes. Farmers, merchants, wanderers all came to Delphi to hear what no human voice alone could utter, but what truly happened within that chamber of prophecy. The fragments of history and archaeology allow us glimpses, but never the whole. The mystery remains, suspended between faith and speculation. The Pythia's seat lay within the temple of Apollo, built upon older layers of sacred ground. Beneath it ran a chasm, a fissure in the earth said to release vapors, ancient accounts, described the oracle breathing these fumes, her body trembling, her voice transformed. As though possessed by something greater than herself, she would murmur, cry, or chant in strange rhythms, and attendant priests and scribes would shape her utterances into verses, messages to be carried into the world. For centuries, scholars debated the reality of these vapors. Some dismissed them as myth, a poetic invention. Others, searching in the rock beneath Delphi, discovered evidence of gases rising through fault lines at the lean, methane, and other compounds capable of inducing trance-like states. Geological surveys in the 20th century revealed that two seismic faults intersect directly beneath the temple. From such cracks, gases could indeed have flowed, creating an atmosphere that altered consciousness. Yet the question lingers, was the oracle's power merely chemical, or was it something deeper, a ritual opening of the self to unseen forces? The Pythia did not sit casually in the chamber. Her path to prophecy was long and solemn. She bathed in the Castalian spring, purified herself in sacred water. She drank from the Casatus, a stream said to run beneath the temple itself. She chewed laurel leaves, sacred to Apollo, and carried a branch in her hand. These acts were not medicine, nor entertainment. They were invocations, gestures that aligned her body with the god's presence, preparing her for the fire of inspiration. When she finally entered the Aidaptin, the inner sanctum, she descended into a narrow space cut deep into the rock. There, seated upon the tripod above the chasm, she breathed, waited, and surrendered. Those who recorded the scene spoke of trembling limbs, of voices that seemed both human and otherworldly. To the ancients, this was not madness, but possession, the god entering the vessel of his chosen mouthpiece. From this dark chamber, history was shaped. Themistocles consulted the oracle before the Persian Wars, and her cryptic counsel, "A wooden wall shall not fail," was taken to mean the fleet of Athens, which indeed saved Greece. Croesus of Lydia sought her words before his ill-fated war against Persia, and her prophecy, ambiguous, double-edged, led him into ruin. Colonies were founded, laws proclaimed, battles fought, all by the weight of syllables carried from the Pythia's lips. The sanctuary itself bore witness to centuries of reverence. Pilgrims climbed the sacred way, past treasuries filled with offerings, gifts of gold, silver, and statues dedicated by city-states and kings. Each sought favor, each hoped the oracle would lean toward them. At the heart of the sanctuary stood the temple, gleaming with marble columns. Within it, beneath painted ceilings and carved friezes, the Pythia performed her mystery, and yet, despite its grandeur, the oracle's chamber was not spacious. Archaeological excavations reveal a cramped inner space, barely large enough for the priestess, the tripod, and the attending priest. There was no grand stage, no spectacle for the masses. The most important words in the Greek world emerged from shadows. From a trembling voice in a hidden room, the ambiguity of her prophecies was both their power and their peril. Rarely were they clear instructions. More often they came in riddles, verses that could be read in many ways. Perhaps this was the essence of divination, not to dictate, but to reveal possibilities, to force the seeker to interpret. The future was not a fixed path, but a mirror held up to human desire and fear. The oracle gave form to the questions already, stirring in the hearts of those who came. In this, the Delphic mystery lies at the boundary of the measurable and the immeasurable. Was the Pythia altered by gases rising from the rock? Geological evidence suggests it. Was she guided by ritual discipline, by chance, by the weight of centuries of belief? Surely so. Or was her voice something else entirely, a resonance from the depths of human consciousness, where the sacred still whispers? No science can settle that. The myths that surrounded Delphi only deepen the enigma. It was said that long before Apollo claimed the site, it belonged to Gaia, the Earth Mother, and her serpent guardian, Python. Apollo, the god of light and prophecy, slew the serpent and established his oracle upon the very spot. Yet, even as his cult flourished, the memory of the serpent lingered, woven into the rituals, into the name of the priestess herself, Pythia. In this way, the oracle was always a union of opposites, earth and sky, darkness and light, serpent and God. Standing there today, amid the ruins of fallen columns and broken stones, one can still feel the gravity of the place. The air is quiet, but the mountains hold their ancient posture, as though waiting for voices long gone. Archaeologists recover fragments of inscriptions, remnants of votive offerings, foundations of temples, but the living presence of the oracle is beyond their reach. It is this gap between what can be measured and what cannot that gives the Delphic mystery its enduring aura. We can reconstruct the ritual, the setting, the geology. We can imagine the trembling voice, the fumes, the laurel. But the moment when the Pythia's voice turned into prophecy, when syllables became destiny, remains closed to us. Perhaps it is meant to remain closed. Mystery, once fully explained, ceases to be mystery. Delphi lives not only in ruins and records, but in the silence it leaves behind, the silence that invites us to wonder, to ask, to listen. And so, as night folds around you, imagine the sound of sandals upon stone, the climb up the sacred way. Feel the stillness of the temple air, cool and heavy with unseen presence. Hear the first tremors of the drum, the murmured chant, the breath of the oracle descending into her seat. The world holds its breath as she begins to speak. Not all is meant to be answered. Some words rise like smoke, carrying questions into the dark. Some fires burn without consuming, and some mysteries are not solved, but simply lived. The oracle remains. The mountain remains. The silence remains. Chapter 14. Burial in Circles. The Rituals of Carnican, the windswept lands of Brittany. Where the Atlantic air drifts heavy with salt and ancient silence, there lies a place unlike any other. It is not a temple carved from marble, nor a fortress of kings. It is a field vast, open, and scattered with stone. Yet these stones are no ordinary remnants of nature. They are raised, aligned, and enduring, row upon row, stretching across the land like a frozen procession. The Karnak stones, thousands of them, weathered by time yet immovable, speak in a language of alignment and shadow. Their voices echo faintly through the centuries, carried by the wind, waiting for those who would listen. No written record explains their purpose. The people who set them into the earth left no scripts, no chronicles, no maps of meaning. They left only these vast avenues of stone, each one carefully chosen, carried, and placed. Some rise high, heavy as standing giants. Others small, modest, their heads barely peering above the grass. Yet all together, they form patterns that suggest intent, not accident. They draw the eye to the horizon, to the rising and the setting sun, to the arc of stars that once governed the cycles of field and spirit. Many have walked among these stones and wondered, were they meant as markers for the dead, or guides for the living? Were they places of burial, or of renewal, where life and death were not divided, but woven? Archaeologists, patient in their study, have uncovered fragments of answer. Beneath certain stones, shallow graves have been found, the remains of men and women, interred long ago. Not kings, not rulers, but ordinary people. Their bones laid near the bases of the monoliths suggest that these fields may have served as more than a gathering place. They may have been sanctuaries of remembrance, places where life was honored by surrounding the dead with stone circles and ordered rows, as if binding mortality itself into the rhythms of the earth. Yet not all stones bear graves. Many stand alone, their purpose silent, their meaning unrevealed. Some are aligned with the solstices, casting shadows that fall precisely upon neighboring stones at certain hours of the year. Others seem to point toward the moon's arc, or to the invisible cycles of the heavens. Perhaps they were both tomb and temple, a place where death and cosmos met in a single gesture of stone. Imagine, for a moment, a gathering here 5,000 years ago. The air cooler, the land less tamed, the sky unpolluted by the lights of any city. The community moves in solemn procession. They carry with them not only the memory of their kin, but an awareness of cycles far greater than human life. A body is lowered into the earth at the foot of a raised monolith. Around them, chants rise, drums beat, and voices tremble in unison. Above, the stars shine, the same stars you see today, though closer, more immediate to eyes without the distraction of modern fire. The circle of burial was perhaps never only about the body. To stand within a ring of stone is to feel enclosed, yet also to gaze outward to infinity. It creates a threshold between earth and sky, between the living and the ancestors, between the temporary and the eternal. The people of Karnak may have walked this threshold with reverence, using stone as both boundary and bridge. One cannot help but notice the sheer scale. Thousands of stones, set not in chaos, but in order. It would have taken countless hands, seasons of work, and the dedication of an entire community. What belief could inspire such effort? To move a single stone required labor, cooperation, and vision. To align them across miles suggests that they were not merely decorations, but something vital, something at the very core of their understanding of existence. And still, silence reigns. No carvings adorn them, no inscriptions to tell us their gods or their rites. Unlike the hieroglyphs of Egypt or the scripts of Mesopotamia, Karnak speaks only through form. It demands that we see, but not that we fully know. Perhaps this was the intention, that only those present in the rite, in that moment of life and death, could know what these stones truly meant. To us, they remain open, as if holding their mystery deliberately. Theories flow, like the tides nearby. Some suggest astronomical observatories, where the positions of stars and solstices could be tracked for agricultural or ritual purpose. Others see funeral avenues, processional paths, where the dead were carried from life to burial in a final communal journey. Some even whisper of renewal ceremonies, rites where the community itself gathered to affirm its bond with the land and with forces unseen. The name itself, Karnak, derives from the ancient word cairn, meaning heap of stones. Yet here, the heap is no accident. Here, stone is not simply piled, but arranged, ordered, aligned. Each one a marker of intention, each one a memory anchored in earth. In the present, when you walk among them, the silence is deep. Birds may cross. Overhead, the wind may move gently through the grass, but the stones themselves remain unyielding. Their shadows shift slowly with the sun, just as they have for millennia, reminding you of a rhythm more enduring than any empire. It is easy, standing there, to feel both small and vast. Small, in the face of time's enormity, knowing that those who raised these stones are gone, their names forgotten, their voices lost, and vast, because you are walking where they walked, seeing the same horizon they marked, feeling the weight of the same earth beneath your feet. In that moment, past and present are not divided, but folded together. Were these rows of stones burial grounds? Perhaps. Were they observatories? Perhaps. Or perhaps they were both, and more places where the line between earth and sky, body and soul, death and rebirth, dissolved into a greater whole. The mystery remains not as absence, but as presence, not as ignorance, but as invitation. An invitation to pause, to breathe, to stand in the field where countless generations once stood, and to feel that something greater than human life had been honored here in rows of silent stone. The stones of Karnak continue to keep their vigil. Their purpose may remain uncertain, their secrets unrevealed. Yet in their endurance, they remind us of devotion, of a people who believed that life, death, and the cycles of the heavens were worthy of memory in stone. As night falls upon the fields, the silhouettes of the stones stretch long and dark against the fading sky. One by one, stars emerge, resuming their slow dance as they have for thousands of years. And the stones, ancient and still, stand as they always have, between earth and sky, between mystery and memory. By firelight, the atmosphere of Karnak changes. In the quiet hours, long after the sun has disappeared beyond the ocean's edge, one can imagine the flicker of torches casting restless shadows upon the upright stones. Fire would have been more than warmth here. It would have been symbol, presence, a living companion to ritual. Flames curling upward, smoke drifting into the night sky, meeting the very stars that the stones appear to echo. It is not difficult to see how fire, stone, and sky might have been bound into one continuous act of reverence. Excavations across Brittany reveal fragments of burnt bone, pottery shards, and tools buried near some of these megaliths. These traces suggest feasting, offerings, or perhaps final rites, marking the passage of the dead. A circle of stones enclosing a small fire could have been both hearth and altar, a place where the living gathered not only to mourn, but to commune with forces greater than themselves. In burial, there was continuity. The dead were not discarded, but woven into the ongoing fabric of community, memory, and skyward cycles. The circles themselves are profound in their geometry. When humans build squares, they create boundaries, enclosures, divisions. But when humans build circles, they evoke eternity. No beginning, no end. Only the endless turning, like the sun across the sky. Like the moon's waxing and waning, like the seasons rising and fading. To bury within a circle is to entrust the body not into stillness, but into movement, into continuity. In these forms, Karnak whispers of a worldview where time itself was a living, breathing companion. Among the alignments lies another layer of enigma. Some avenues of stones run parallel to the nearby coast. Others appear to frame the solstices, the longest and shortest days of the year. Archaeologists debate whether these patterns were meant to guide planting, harvest, or perhaps ritual gatherings at key celestial events. Imagine, for instance, the community gathered at dawn on the summer solstice, waiting for the first light to crest the horizon, to pierce through a corridor of stone. In that moment, time itself becomes visible, marked not by human invention, but by the marriage of earth and sky. But here too lies the quiet mystery. We cannot know how much was practical and how much was sacred. Did these alignments serve the farmer, ensuring survival by the accurate timing of crops? Or did they serve the priest, offering a stage upon which heaven and earth could meet in ritual form? Perhaps both. Perhaps, for the people of Karnak, there was no separation between the practical and the sacred. To sow grain was a sacred act. To bury the dead was a cosmic alignment. To set stone upright was to make visible the threads between the finite and the eternal. Chapter 15. The Cult of the Bull. From Crete to Anatolia, across the ancient Mediterranean, and deep into the heart of Anatolia, one symbol endures with remarkable persistence. A creature, massive, horned, unyielding, the bull. Two modern eyes. It is simply an animal of the field, harnessed for plowing or for meat. But to early civilizations, the bull was far more than sustenance. It was power incarnate, a bridge between the human and the divine. In stone carvings, in painted frescoes, in clay figurines, and temple shrines, the bull emerges again and again, carrying with it a language of myth and ritual whose full meaning has long since faded, but whose echoes still resonate. On the island of Crete, during the height of the Minoan civilization, the bull occupied the very center of ritual life. The sprawling palace of Knossos, with its labyrinthine corridors and endless stairways, is adorned with images of bulls. Horns carved from stone crown the roofs. Frescoes show agile figures leaping over the backs of charging bulls in what seems half sport, half sacrament. This practice, often called bull leaping, is unlike anything else in the archaeological record. To vault over the horns of a charging beast required courage, agility, and perhaps ritual preparation. It was not simply entertainment. It was symbolic. Confrontation, a dance with power, with danger, with death itself. Some scholars suggest these scenes reflect rites of passage, perhaps a way of marking youth into adulthood. Others see them as fertility rituals, where the virility of the bull was transferred to the community through the symbolic act of defying it, surviving it, leaping over it. Still others interpret the images as echoes of celestial myth, where the bull's horns mirrored the crescent of the waxing moon, a cycle of renewal, a symbol of eternity. Yet despite these interpretations, the truth remains elusive. The frescoes give us form, but not voice. We can see the dance, but not hear the words that framed it. Beyond Crete, in the Anatolian plateau, the bull appears even earlier, at the Neolithic site of Çatalhöyük, dating back over 9,000 years. Shrines dedicated to the bull were embedded within domestic spaces. Rooms contained plastered bull skulls bucrania mounted upon walls, their horns jutting outward into the living space. People gathered beneath these horns, performed rituals in their presence, and buried their dead within the floors of the same rooms. Here, the bull was not distant, not relegated to the fields. It lived within the architecture of human settlement, inseparable from the rhythm of life and death. Why the bull? Perhaps it was strength, the sheer force of the animal, its massive frame, its capacity to defend or destroy. Perhaps it was fertility, the bull, as inseminator, the guarantor of abundance, the symbol of virility that sustained herds and, by extension, human survival. Or perhaps it was celestial. In Mesopotamian myth, the bull of heaven was sent by the goddess Ishtar to punish Gilgamesh. In the skies above, the constellation of Taurus marked the spring equinox in the distant past, heralding the season of renewal. Across cultures, the bull seems to tether together the earthly, the bodily, and the cosmic. The continuity is striking. In Cretan ritual, the horns of consecration, massive stone horns, were set upon temple roofs as a perpetual symbol of sanctity. In Anatolia, the horns of real bulls were embedded in plaster, fossilized into walls, as if holding power in place. In Mesopotamia, bulls flanked the gateways of temples and palaces in colossal form, guardians of threshold and order. Even in far-off Egypt, the Apis bull was revered, housed in ceremonial chambers, adorned with jewelry, worshipped as a living deity, until its ritual death and mummification. The theme is so pervasive that one cannot help but ask, were these traditions independent expressions, or were they threads of a single ancient inheritance? The idea of inheritance whispers of something older still. Some researchers suggest that the bull cult, in its various forms, may reach back into the deep prehistory of humankind, that its appearance from Crete to Anatolia, from Mesopotamia to the Nile, might be the fractured memory of an even earlier symbolic system, perhaps rooted in the Paleolithic, perhaps carried through the great flood myths that ripple across the ancient world. If so, the bull may not simply be an agricultural symbol, but a remnant of a primal cosmology in which animal, human, and star were indivisible. Archaeology offers fragment skulls, horns, images, but no definitive narrative. The plastered walls of Çatalhöyük show us reverence, but not explanation. The painted frescoes of Knossos show us athletic movement, but not meaning. The stone guardians of Mesopotamia show us power, but not intention. Each fragment is a window into ritual that is no longer spoken, a silence that demands contemplation rather than resolution. Consider the act of mounting horns upon a wall. To us, it seems decorative, perhaps grotesque, but for those early people, it was a living presence. To sit beneath the horns of the bull was to sit beneath power itself, to live within its gaze, to feel both protected and exposed by its force. In the home, it bound domestic life to the sacred. In the temple, it bound ritual life to the cosmos. Horns were not trophies, they were conduits, and in Crete, to leap over the bull was not to dominate it, but to enter into relationship with it. A youth vaulted into the air, suspended above horns, touching briefly upon the back of the animal before landing safely beyond. This was not conquest, but choreography. It was the weaving together of human and beast, of danger and survival, of mortal agility and sacred strength. It was a moment in which the boundaries of species dissolved, and the human body moved within the rhythm of divine presence. From Crete to Anatolia, the bull reminds us of how ancient peoples saw no separation between survival and spirit. The same animal that plowed their fields, that sustained their food supply, that threatened their safety, was also their mediator with the unseen. The bull was sacrifice and sustainer, destroyer and protector, death and life interwoven. It was not a symbol in the way we think of symbols today. It was presence itself. As the centuries passed, these rituals changed form. The Minoans gave way to the Mycenaeans, and their myths became folded into Greek memories, taking the form of a bull to carry off Europa, Poseidon sending a white bull from the sea. In Anatolia, the shrines of Çatalhöyük fell silent, their plaster crumbled, their bukrania buried, yet the bull persisted. Its echoes moved through myth, through temple, through star, through sacrifice. It became constellation, story, guardian, God, always returning, always reshaped, always carrying within it the same weight of reverence. Tonight, as you imagine these places, the painted halls of Knossos, the dim chambers of Çatalhöyük, the stone gates of Mesopotamia, let the bull's presence guide you into that older rhythm, a rhythm where animal and star, body and symbol, ritual and survival are not separate, but joined. Listen to the silence between the fragments, the unanswered questions, the mysteries left deliberately unresolved. For the bull does not yield its meaning fully. It remains a presence, massive, horned, unyielding. And so we leave this chapter quietly, as the ancients did, beneath the horns, beneath the gaze of the bull, where silence holds more than words, and mystery continues its patient, unbroken watch. Chapter 16. The Silence of the Druids. Forgotten forest rituals. There are places in Europe where silence still lingers. Old forests where the air carries a weight, as though the memory of forgotten rites still hangs between the trees. When the wind stirs the oak branches, and the filtered light pools softly on the moss, one can almost imagine figures moving quietly in the shadows, cloaked, deliberate, unseen by history's quills. These were the Druids, keepers of mysteries, guardians of sacred knowledge, yet they left no words of their own. What we know of them is refracted through the eyes of strangers, through the testimonies of Roman generals, Greek travelers, and later Christian monks, who recorded fragments of a vanished tradition. The Druids themselves remained silent. In the ancient Celtic world, the oak tree held profound significance. The very word Druid may share roots with oak knower or oak seer. Oaks, vast and enduring, were viewed as living bridges between earth and sky. Their roots descended deep into the dark, while their branches reached into the heavens, as though embodying the axis of the world. Beneath these trees, rituals unfolded, rites of renewal, of communion, of cosmic alignment. Fire was kindled, offerings were made, songs and incantations stirred the air, carried upward in smoke. Yet what those chants contained, and what meanings were inscribed upon the air, have been lost to time. Caesar, in his commentaries on the Gallic War, wrote that the Druids presided over sacred groves, judged disputes, and held the power of life and death. He claimed they studied the stars, the movement of the heavens, the measure of the world. To him, they were not merely priests, but philosophers of a hidden order. Other Roman authors spoke of their mastery of memory, of the way they taught their disciples not through writing, but through endless recitation, verses, histories, cosmologies committed to heart. Knowledge lived not in scrolls, but in breath. and voice, guarded against the erosion of ink. It is said their training could last for 20 years. Imagine the nights in forest clearings, where a young initiate listened in silence as his elder spoke under the flicker of firelight, stars overhead echoing the patterns recited by memory. No parchment recorded their truths. The teachings lived only in living minds, moving from tongue to ear, as fragile and enduring as oral tradition itself. And yet, when outsiders peered into these rites, they saw shadows both profound and terrible. Roman accounts speak of sacrifices, sometimes animals, sometimes, perhaps, human lives. Effigies of wicker, vast and towering, are described as being filled with captives, set aflame as offerings to the gods. Whether these stories were fact, exaggeration, or deliberate propaganda remains uncertain. Were the Druids conducting solemn rituals of life and death, or were these depictions the fearful imaginings of conquerors who sought to portray them as savage? The silence of the Druids leaves us with only speculation. What can be traced with greater certainty is their reverence for cycles of time. Megalithic monuments, built centuries before the Celtic Age, still mark the landscape they inhabited. Stone circles and standing pillars, aligned with solstices and equinoxes. The Druids, inheritors of this landscape, seem to have woven these cosmic observatories into their own rites. Festivals such as Beltane, Samhain, and Lughnasadh were not random feasts, but turning points in the wheel of the year, thresholds between light and dark, summer and winter, life and the shadow of death. In these thresholds, the Druids presided, guiding communities through transitions with ceremony and fire. Archaeological traces whisper faintly of their presence, offerings deposited in lakes, rivers, and bog stalks of gold, weapons deliberately bent, cauldrons cast into dark waters. These were gifts to unseen powers, placed where the human and the other world touched. Bogs in particular became sacred thresholds, bodies preserved in peat, such as the Toland man or the Lindo man, show signs of ritual death, their final moments marked by care, violence, or both. Were these the victims of human sacrifice, or chosen emissaries sent into the other world? The line between devotion and dread blurs. The oak groves themselves have vanished, felled long ago. Roman conquest sought not only to defeat Celtic armies, but to uproot the spiritual core of their society. Sacred groves were cut down, temples destroyed, rites forbidden. To silence the Druids was to sever the voice of a people's soul. Yet, echoes remained. In Ireland, where Roman legions never came, fragments of Druidic memory survived longer. Medieval texts, though filtered through Christian scribes, still spoke of wise men, seers, and poets who preserved ancient ways. The Philite, the bards, carried forward remnants of that knowledge in verse. Even as the old rituals fell away, the image of the Druid lingers, a solitary figure among the oaks, white-robed, harvesting mistletoe with a golden sickle. This scene, described by Pliny the Elder, has become iconic, yet perhaps overly romanticized. Still, mistletoe itself, rare upon the oak, was revered for its vitality, a plant that flourished without rooting in soil. It was medicine, symbol, and charm, bound into the cycle of ritual. To the Druids, no plant, no stone, no star was meaningless. All carried weight in the great fabric of the world. Were they magicians? Were they astronomers, cloaked in myth? Or were they philosophers who chose the forest over the city, the living memory of nature over the ink of books? The truth remains hidden, enfolded in silence. The Druids' refusal to write their wisdom may have been deliberate, a safeguard against corruption, or perhaps an acknowledgement that sacred knowledge loses its vitality when confined to symbols on a page. What is remembered by the heart and spoken aloud beneath the sky may remain living in a way no manuscript can. Even now, standing amid the ruins of Celtic lands, one feels the absence. Stone circles endure, though their interpreters are gone. Hill forts rise from the earth, their builders unnamed, and the groves themselves silent, unknowable, have melted back into forest, where the oak still grows, tall and unbroken. In that silence lies a question. Perhaps the Druids meant for their wisdom to be ephemeral, to pass away when its time was done. Or perhaps their silence was forced, a flame extinguished by conquest, leaving only embers for us to gather. Archaeology offers fragments, texts offer glimpses, but the heart of their ritual remains in shadow. And so, when one walks through an ancient forest today, beneath branches older than memory, there is a sense delicate, unprovable, that something once moved here beyond the reach of history. A wisdom not entirely lost, but folded quietly into the silence of the trees. The Druids do not speak, yet the forest remembers. To continue deeper, we must linger with the land itself. For the Druids were not separate from their environments, they were inseparable from it. Their temples were not built of stone and marble, like those of Rome or Athens, but of living branches and woven air. Their cathedrals were forests, and their altars were streams, hills, and the bodies of the earth. When they gathered, it was not within walls, but beneath the sky, where the stars themselves bore witness to the ritual. The silence they left is not emptiness. It is a silence charged with presence, like a note sustained in the air long after the instrument has ceased to play. We find it in the way Celtic myths recorded centuries later still pulse with nature as the prime teacher. Rivers are goddesses, mountains are guardians, cattle are symbols of wealth and spirit. The Druids moved through such a world, not as conquerors of nature, but as interpreters of its hidden script. When the Romans wrote of them, they did so with a mixture of awe and unease. They saw in the Druids both wisdom and resistance. For the Celts, the Druidic class was not confined to ritual alone. They advised kings, judged disputes, and educated youth. They were, in essence, the keepers of law, lore, and learning. To remove them was to sever the memory of the people. Perhaps this is why the Romans sought their eradication with such intensity. To conquer the land was not enough. The spiritual axis had to be broken. Yet the traces refused to vanish entirely. Consider Anglesey, in Wales, known as Mona to the Romans. It was described as a stronghold of Druidic ritual, a place where groves and sacred rites thrived. Tacitus records the Roman assault on Mona in the 1st century CE. He describes women in black, their hair loose, running among the warriors like furies, while Druids raised their hands to the sky, calling down curses upon the invaders. The Roman soldiers, shaken by what they saw, faltered at first, before cutting down grove and priest alike. With fire and sword, the silence was enforced. But in the echo of that event, we glimpse the power the Druids once held. Archaeology gives us only hints. Charred remains of sacred enclosures, offerings of animals found at ritual sites, alignments of stones that mark turning points of sun and moon, and in bogs and wetlands, Bodhis still resting, their skin darkened but their features intact. The Lindo man of Cheshire, discovered in the 20th century, bore signs of what scholars call a triple death: strangled, struck, and drowned. Was he a condemned criminal, a noble offering, or was he chosen for a sacrifice of cosmic balance? His body entrusted to the earth as part of a rite now forgotten. These questions linger like shadows that no light fully dispels. What is most elusive is not whether the Druids performed such rites, but why. To us, the silence feels like loss. To them, perhaps it was protection. There is a suggestion that the Druids believed writing could diminish the soul of knowledge, that once words are fixed, they lose their living essence. This belief finds resonance with other oral traditions across the world, where wisdom survives, not through libraries, but through memory, chant, and ritual repetition. To write it down would have been to cage it. To keep it alive meant to let it breathe, from one generation to the next, like fire carefully passed from torch to torch. even the etymology of their name. Indeed, it is linked to the oak speaks to endurance. Oaks can live for centuries, weathering storm and season. They stand as slow witnesses of time. Perhaps the Druids chose this tree as their symbol, not only for its strength, but for its longevity. In their silence, they too became like the oak, enduring not through parchment, but through rooted memory and whispered leaf. And yet, though the Druids as a class disappeared, echoes of their worldview thread into later folklore. The Irish sagas speak of wise men who could cast spells, summon fog, or foresee events. The Welsh tales of the Mabinogion preserve landscapes where magic and nature are inseparable. Even in Arthurian legend, the figure of Merlin may carry the faint shadow of a druidic seer, half historical memory, half myth, as one lies awake in the quiet hours, drifting between thought and dream. One can imagine the druidic night, fires burning in circles, shadows moving among trees, chants rising and falling like waves. The people gathered, watching, waiting, their lives tethered to the words of those who spoke for gods and stars alike. It was a rhythm of being, to live by the turning of seasons, to plant and harvest in alignment with the celestial clock, to mark thresholds with firelight and ritual. And now, we inherit only fragments. A few lines from hostile observers, a scattering of archaeological clues, a handful of myths preserved through filters of time. From these shards, scholars attempt to reconstruct the whole, yet the image remains blurred, as though seen through mist. Perhaps that is fitting. For the Druids chose silence as their shield, and in silence, they remain. Their oak groves are gone, their chants unrecorded, their laws unremembered. Yet when the wind moves through ancient forests, when the sky opens with the slow turning of stars, something of their world stirs again, not as knowledge to be dissected, but as presence to be felt. And perhaps that was their intention all along, that the rituals of the forest should not be reduced to words, but remain bound to the living earth itself. To encounter them, one must walk among the trees, breathe the damp air, feel the hush of moss beneath the feet, and listen not to parchment, but to silence. The Druids left no voice behind, but their silence is not empty. It is full, it waits, still, in the forest. Chapter 17. The Serpent Mounds of North America cross the rolling landscapes of southern Ohio. A vast shape curls through the earth itself. At first, to the passing traveler, it may appear only as a swelling of the land, a long ridge, a gentle rise among fields and forest. But as one climbs higher, as one views from above, the true design reveals itself. A serpent, more than 1,300 feet in length, coiled in an undulating form, its tail spiraling tightly, its body curving in 7 sinuous bends and its head widening into the shape of an open mouth. Within that mouth, an oval mound lies, as if caught between teeth, or as if it were a cosmic egg about to be swallowed or given forth. This is the Great Serpent Mound, among the most enigmatic earthworks of the ancient world, constructed not of stone or timber, but of soil heaped and shaped with patience, precision, and purpose. It lies aligned with neither random whim nor accident of terrain. It is deliberate, it is monumental, it is mystery made earth. The mound has been attributed to the Adena culture, who flourished more than 2,000 years ago, or to the later Hopewell people, whose intricate earthworks spread across the Ohio River Valley. Some scholars, noting the complexity of its alignments, suggest a connection with the Fort Ancient culture, a still later group. Yet no final verdict has ever been reached. The Serpent Mound resists easy classification, as if guarding its own origins, as if declining to reveal too much. From the air, its design is clear, but we must imagine how the builders conceived it. Without such a view, to shape the land into a serpent required a vision vast enough to transcend the horizon, yet precise enough to guide the placement of each mound of soil. The builders must have carried the serpent in their minds, its form mapped upon memory, its body traced through ritual processions and ceremonial marking. Why a serpent? In many cultures, the serpent is more than an animal. It is symbol. It embodies cycles of death and rebirth, for it sheds its skin and emerges renewed. It represents fertility, the winding of rivers, the coiling of time itself. In Mesoamerica, the feathered serpent was a god of creation. In India, the Naga spirits guarded treasures and sacred waters. Across continents, across ages, the serpent recurs as guardian, destroyer, healer, and guide. At Serpent Mound, its orientation is not arbitrary. The head points to the setting sun of the summer solstice, the longest day of the year. Other curves align with lunar standstills, the extreme points of the moon's rising and setting, a cycle spanning more than 18 years. To walk the serpent's body may have been to walk time itself, to move in ritual across the unfolding patterns of the heavens. The earth here became not just land, but calendar, compass, and story. Archaeologists have found no burials within the serpent's coils. Unlike the conical mounds of the Adena or the elaborate enclosures of the Hopewell, this earthwork seems less about the dead than about the cosmos. And yet, scattered across the surrounding landscape, burial mounds do exist. Some have yielded remains, grave goods, and traces of ritual fire. The serpent, then, may not have been a tomb, but it lived within a sacred landscape of tombs, its presence binding the living and the dead into one ceremonial order. Standing upon the mound, one senses a quiet gravity. The earth is not simply piled soil, it is layered. Beneath the serpent's body lies a foundation of carefully placed stones. Above it, dark earth mixed with ash, with fragments of burnt bone, with traces of ancient offerings. To build this required not only labor but devotion, and the labor was vast. Hundreds, perhaps thousands, would have carried soil in woven baskets, heaping it into form over seasons, perhaps over generations. The Serpent Mound does not stand alone. Across North America, earthworks ripple across the land circles, squares, octagons, and effigies of animals. In Wisconsin, effigy mounds shaped as birds, bears, and spirits spread across ridges. In Newark, Ohio, immense circles and octagons stretch for miles, with avenues aligned to lunar cycles. The serpent belongs to this great tradition, where Earth itself became canvas for cosmic art, and yet, its serpent form is unique. Nowhere else in the world is there a mound of such scale and such deliberate serpentine design. Why here? Why this valley? This ridge above Brush Creek? Some suggest the ridge itself inspired the builders, its natural shape lending itself to the vision. Others believe it was chosen because of celestial sightlines, its position upon the land echoing alignments not visible to the casual eye. Still, others whisper that it was a place of emergence, a place where earth and sky converged, where the serpent marked the boundary between worlds. The oval at the serpent's mouth remains a puzzle. To some, it is an egg, symbol of life, fertility, and rebirth. To others, it is the sun, to be devoured or to be set free. Still others imagine it as the severed head of prey, the eternal cycle of predator and sustenance. Each possibility carries weight, and none can be proven. The mound keeps its secret. Over centuries, the mound lay forgotten, covered by vegetation, eroded by time. It was not until the 19th century that it came again to human attention. Mapped by surveyors, restored by preservationists. Today, it stands as a monument not only of earth, but of persistence, the persistence of a vision, too great to vanish entirely. As night falls upon the valley, the serpent lies still, its form faint in starlight. Yet above it, the sky turns, the same sky its builders once watched, the same cycles of moon and sun unfolding. One can imagine the processions that may have walked its length, torches glowing, chants rising into the darkness. One can imagine the ceremonies held at solstice, at equinox, at the turning points of time. For here, time was not measured in minutes or hours, but in the great breadth of the cosmos itself. The Great Serpent Mound remains one of archaeology's open questions. Calendar, monument, pathway, or symbol, it resists reduction. Its silence is its power. To gaze upon it is to feel that something vast, something older than history, still coils beneath our feet, waiting, patient as stone, enduring as earth, and so it remains, a serpent in the soil, a riddle in the land, a memory not yet dissolved. Chapter 18. The Forgotten Masks of African, the dim glow of firelight, where shadows dance against the walls of huts and courtyards, masks emerge. They are not merely worn, they are inhabited, painted, carved, adorned with fibers and feathers. They move with the body, yet they are not the body. They are threshold forms, bridges between human and spirit, matter and memory, flesh and ancestry, across the wide expanse of sub-Saharan Africa, from the forests of the Congo to the Sahelian plains, from the savannas of Mali to the coasts of Sierra Leone. These masks have carried meaning older than written word, older perhaps than memory itself. The mask is both concealment and revelation. It hides the face, but in doing so reveals the other face, the one not bound by individual identity. In many cultures of West and Central Africa, when the mask is donned, the person beneath ceases to exist. The spirit, the ancestor, or the force of nature takes its place. The voice changes. The body shifts. The community no longer sees the man, but the presence that speaks through him. Some masks are instruments of initiation in the societies of the Dogon of Mali, the Poro of Sierra Leone, the Igbo of Nigeria. The child crossing into adulthood is confronted with masks that embody the mysteries of the cosmos. Their eyes gaze upon beings that remind them of the fragility of the human condition and of the greater order into which they must grow. To survive the initiation is not only to endure, but to accept that life is lived under the gaze of spirits who watch and guide. Other masks are guardians of fertility, harvest, and rain. In the dry zones of the Sahel, masks dance to call the clouds, to beckon the cycles of plenty, the soil, the seeds, the survival of the community. These are matters not left to chance, but entrusted to ritual, and the mask is central, for it channels that which is unseen into presence, lending voice to the unspoken and power to the intangible. Some masks take forms that are unmistakably human. Others are animal, hybrid, or abstract. Long snouts, twisted horns, geometric lines that distort the familiar into the realm of the uncanny. The Bue people of Burkina Faso carve vast plank masks with bold black and white patterns, stretching far beyond the human frame, transforming the dancer into something towering, something more than human. The Chok will create masks that embody idealized beauty, ancestors, and even figures of moral instruction, teaching the community through form and presence. But beneath all of this, there lies a question: where did it begin? The practice of masking is not confined to one people, one language, or one narrow tradition. It is older than empires, older than borders, perhaps older than agriculture itself. Some scholars trace the lineage of African masks to prehistoric origins. The earliest art on the continent, engravings, rock paintings, carved figures already, reveals an interest in transformation, in the fusion of human and animal, in the threshold between worlds. In the caves of the Sahara, images thousands of years old depict beings with animal heads and human limbs, dancers clothed in feathers, figures half remembered by stone. These ancient images suggest that masking may have emerged in the deep prehistory of Africa, perhaps even before the dispersal of humanity into other continents. If so, then the African mask is not only a cultural artifact, it is a fragment of the earliest human imagination. It belongs to the dawn, when humans first sought to embody the unseen, to give shape to the forces of nature, to make the invisible visible. What is striking is that the mask, as a sacred object, is never neutral. To wear it requires ritual preparation. Among the Dan people of Liberia and Cape d'Ivoire, masks are awakened through libations and offerings. Among the Yoruba, they may be consecrated with sacrifice, infused with the power of the Orisha they represent. The mask is not costume, it is vessel. Once animated, it carries weight, authority, and danger. Those who wear it do not act for themselves, they act as emissaries of forces far greater. And yet, despite their significance, many masks remain partly understood. When colonial collectors carried them away to museums, they stripped them of context, freezing them in silence. Behind glass, they stand mute, their songs untold, their dances unremembered. To see them without the rhythm of drums, without the chants of the community, without the ritual smoke rising in the night, is to see only a shadow of their true life. For the mask is not meant to be static. It is meant to move, to speak, to terrify, to heal. It is meant to live. The elders of many societies have whispered that some masks are older than the tribes themselves, that they were inherited from unknown ancestors or found in the earth, already sacred, already charged. Such traditions hint at a depth of time beyond the reach of memory. A mask unearthed in a forgotten shrine may carry stories that no one remembers, and yet it still commands reverence. It may predate kingdoms, migrations, even languages. It may carry the residue of an age when humanity itself was young. In comparative terms, we might recall that across the globe, the mask appears again and again, in the temples of ancient Greece, in the rituals of the Pacific, in the festivals of pre-Columbian America. Humans have always sought to become other than human through the mask. Yet in Africa, where humanity's story began, the practice seems to stretch deeper still, echoing back into prehistory, perhaps into the very roots of symbolic thought. The forgotten masks remind us that art, for ancient people, was never art alone. It was technology of the sacred. Each carving, each pigment, each gesture held meaning that rippled through the community. To dance the mask was to shape the world, to bless, to protect, to warn, to renew. Today, many of these traditions endure, though not always in their original form. In villages, the masks still dance, though now sometimes as performance for tourists as much as for the spirits. In cities, they are displayed as heritage, as symbols of identity, and in museums across the world, they rest under soft lights, studied, admired, and yet somehow still waiting for the songs that gave them breath, for the steps that once brought them to life. What we call forgotten may not be truly lost, for each mask, whether silent in glass or hidden in a shrine, remains a threshold. It points to something older, something unbroken, something that connects the present with the farthest reaches of the human past. And as with so many mysteries of origin, the question is not solved, but left open, inviting us to wonder how deep the roots of the mask reach, how far back into the shadows of time they extend. The fire dies low, the dancers have gone, the mask rests in silence, its gaze unreadable, but the presence lingers, as if something greater than the human face still watches through it. A reminder that beneath history, beneath memory, there are currents that run deeper, binding the living to the dead, the visible to the invisible, the present to the ancient dot. And so the masks endure, fragments of a language humanity has never stopped speaking, even when it forgets the words. Chapter 19. Buried with the dead, the earth remembers what men have forgotten. Across the windswept plains of Eurasia, beneath rolling grasslands where no permanent cities ever rose, great mounds of earth stand as silent guardians of a vanished world. These are the kurgans, the burial monuments of the Scythians. For centuries, they lay undisturbed, blending into the horizon, their secrets locked beneath layers of soil. When they were opened, what emerged was not merely the resting place of warriors, but a window into a cosmology where death was not an ending, but a passage. The Scythians were nomads, riders of the steppe, whose lives were inseparable from the horse. To the Greeks, they were both feared and admired archers, without equal, their arrows said to strike before the enemy even saw the bow drawn. Yet what the Greeks could not comprehend was the ritual landscape the Scythians carried with them. Unlike city-states, with temples of stone, their sanctuaries were the open steppe. Their temples were made of fire, sky, and earth, and when they buried their dead, they brought with them the full weight of their beliefs, woven into ceremonies that speak across millennia in the frozen tombs of the Altai Mountains. Archaeologists uncovered bodies preserved by permafrost. Horses lay beside their masters, adorned with elaborate masks of felt, wood, and gold, their bridles decorated, their manes cut and patterned, as if even in death they must appear noble, ready to ride. Some graves contained dozens of horses, each one a sacrifice, each one a companion into the unseen realms. For the Scythian, a warrior without his horse was incomplete. In life, the animal carried him across the vastness of the steppe. In death, it would bear him across the threshold into worlds unknown. Gold, too, was placed within these kurgans, not merely ornaments of vanity, but images of a symbolic language. Tiny plaques, shimmering in the half-light of excavation, depict deer with impossibly elongated antlers, twisting in fluid, dreamlike arcs. Griffins, half lion, half eagle, guard the invisible border between life and afterlife. The stag, in particular, reappears endlessly in Scythian art, not as prey, but as a messenger. Its antlers branch, like rivers or trees, a symbol of ascent, of movement between realms. In the burial mounds, these gold figures lay upon the chest of the deceased, stitched into clothing, or scattered around them like protective talismans. But what do these offerings mean? The Greeks, who encountered the Scythians in trade and in war, wrote of their burial practices with a mixture of horror and fascination. Herodotus, in his histories, describes the funerals of kings. When a ruler died, his body was preserved, and a great mound raised over him. But more than this, the Scythians, he claimed, sacrificed servants, horses, and even concubines, burying them alongside their master. In this, the grave became not a solitary chamber, but a court, a continuation of life's hierarchy. Modern archaeology has confirmed parts of this testimony. In some kurgans, human remains have been found in positions suggesting ritual death. Yet whether these were willing participants, honored companions, or unwilling sacrifices, we may never know. The Scythians themselves left no written texts. Their voices are carried only through fragments of Greek observation, Chinese chronicles, and the silent eloquence of their art. Without their own words, the kurgans become their scripture, the soil their parchment. Each excavation reads like a chapter of a forgotten book, revealing but never fully explaining. Consider the Pazuric burials, high in the Altai, where ice preserved every detail. There, in one mound, a noblewoman was discovered, her skin still, bearing the tattoos of fantastical animals, deer, panthers, creatures of myth that twined around her body in eternal motion. These images were not decoration alone. They were maps of the spirit, marking her identity in ways we can only glimpse. Around her lay grave goods, vessels of wood and leather, remnants of cannabis, perhaps for ritual burning, perhaps for guiding the soul into altered states of departure. And again, always, the horse's dot. In these rituals, we sense an unbroken continuum. Life was motion, death was journey. The horse, the gold, the sacrificed companions, all were provisions for the road beyond the horizon. The Scythians did not build monuments of stone to stand for eternity. They built rituals to carry the living into eternity. Their architecture was of memory, fire, and the shifting earth itself. And yet, why the stag? Why the griffin? Why the act of sacrifice? Some scholars suggest shamanic traditions at the root, linking Scythian practices to older Siberian and Central Asian rites. In shamanism, the soul travels, accompanied by spirit animals, across dangerous landscapes to reach the land of the dead. The horse becomes the psychopomp, the one who carries the stag becomes the guide who leaps between worlds. The griffin stands at the threshold, both guardian and danger. Gold, incorruptible and untarnished by time, was perhaps believed to share in the immortality of the soul. Others see in these burials echoes of Indo-European mythologies. In the Rig Veda, in Norse sagas, in Celtic lore, we find the horse as sacred, sacrificed at funerals, tied to kingship and death. Could the Scythians be another branch of this vast tree? Their rituals a variant of an older, deeper myth cycle that spread from forgotten homelands long before recorded history? If so, then the Kurgans are not isolated, but part of a great chain of symbolic continuity stretching across continents. Yet questions remain. Why some mounds are colossal, visible from miles away, while others are modest, almost hidden. Why some graves hold riches of astonishing craftsmanship, while others hold only the essentials. Perhaps it reflects status, perhaps it reflects belief, or perhaps some burials were markers not of individuals, but of moments, rituals, sealing events we can no longer read. When one walks today among these mounds, scattered across the steppes of Ukraine, Russia, and Kazakhstan, the wind whispers around them like voices of the past. Many have been robbed in antiquity, their treasures lost to grave robbers. Yet even when stripped of gold, the earth retains its memory. The alignment of the kurgans, the careful layering of soil, the chambered wooden tombs beneath each detail speaks of intention, of ceremony. These were not random burials. They were orchestrated acts, repeated across centuries, across landscapes vast as oceans. And still, we are left with silence. The Scythians vanished, absorbed by other cultures, their name remembered, but their tongue mostly forgotten. Their descendants may live on in the bloodlines of nations, but their rituals remain entombed in earth. What we see is only the shadow. We do not know the prayers spoken as the horses were led to sacrifice. We do not know the songs sung as the mound was raised. We do not know the vision of the world that made death not an end, but a journey that demanded such lavish preparation. In this silence lies the power of their legacy, for when we look upon a Scythian mound, we look not only at a tomb, but at a question. What did these nomads see in the sky, in the stars above the endless plain, that made them weave death and life into such rituals? What did they know, carried in memory, that we have lost? The soil keeps its secrets. The wind carries fragments, and the gold, when unearthed, gleams as brightly as the day it was laid to rest. In that light, across centuries, we glimpse not answers, but possibilities. The Scythians are gone, yet their mounds remain, waiting, as if still guarding the path to another world. And so we leave them here, under the endless horizon, where grass bends like waves, and the earth rises into quiet monuments. Their warriors rest with their horses. Their gold lies silent, glowing softly in the dark. Their rituals whisper of a journey we cannot yet follow. Not yet. Chapter 20. The Mystery of the Dogger. Japan's enigmatic figurines. In the cool hush of northern Japan's forests, where the land meets the sea in shifting mists and volcanic earth, archaeologists uncovered the fragile remains of a forgotten artistry. Thousands of small clay figures, carefully shaped and deliberately left behind, lying buried beneath layers of time. They are called dogger, a word that carries the simple meaning of clay figures. Yet their forms are anything but simple. Some stare back with eyes impossibly large, as though widened to witness beyond human sight. Others carry angular bodies, strange patterned torsos, or limbs stretched unnaturally, as if made to resemble something not entirely of this world. Their features are not portraits of men or women in the ordinary sense. Instead, they evoke something deeper, attempt to capture a presence hovering between human, spirit, and mystery. The Jomon culture, to whom the Dogger belong, thrived in Japan for millennia. From around 14,000 BCE to as late as 300 BCE, the Jomon people lived not in vast cities of stone, but in settlements woven into nature. They fished, hunted, and gathered, supplementing their lives with early cultivation. Their pottery, among the oldest known on Earth, reveals an aesthetic far older than the pyramids of Egypt, far older than the temples of Mesopotamia. Into this long span of life, the Dogger emerge as a puzzle small, yet commanding, fragile yet enduring, in meaning no written words accompany them. The Jomon left no scrolls, no carved tablets to guide us. What we hold are the clay bodies themselves, excavated from burial grounds, ritual sites, and once inhabited villages. Some Dogger are found broken deliberately, as though their destruction was part of their purpose. Others appear whole, preserved in silence. One theory places them as fertility idols, created to bless childbirth and ensure the survival of mothers and infants. Many Dogger, indeed, show exaggerated hips, swelling abdomens, or breast features, echoing fertility traditions across the world. From the Venus figurines of Ice Age Europe to the goddess images of Neolithic Anatolia. Yet, the examples complicate this view. The large, staring eyes, sometimes goggled, sometimes resembling masks, stretch beyond mere fertility symbolism. Some figurines are oddly armored in design, with bodies patterned like shells or plates. Others carry what appear as marks of injury or illness, leading scholars to wonder if they were healing charms, perhaps broken ritually when the illness passed, or when prayers went unanswered. The eyes in particular arrest the imagination. They are immense, shaped in ways unlike natural human form. Some scholars call them goggle eyes, likening them to protective masks. Others suggest they mirror shamanic visions, eyes widened to peer into the unseen. In comparative myth, large eyes often symbolize divine sight, the ability to perceive what ordinary mortals cannot. To the Jomon, perhaps these clay beings were intermediaries, guardians capable of witnessing realms outside the boundaries of the living world. Archaeology offers fragments, but not certainty. What is striking is the sheer number of these figures. Over Yuan-Wu-10 Dogger have been unearthed across Japan. Their distribution stretches from Hokkaido in the north to Kishir in the south. And yet, despite their abundance, their meaning remains elusive. The designs changed over centuries. Early Dogger were simpler, their forms closer to natural human shapes. Later, during the Middle and Late Jomon, their features became increasingly abstract bodies patterned with incised lines, eyes swelling, torsos narrowing into angular designs. The artistry seems to shift from mere representation into symbolism, as if generations of makers were perfecting a language of form now lost. To us, some Dogger stand with outstretched arms, as though presenting themselves in offering. Others sit cross-legged, still, and meditative. There are those whose forms are headless, either sculpted so, or decapitated intentionally. Such acts echo ritual treatments of figurines in other ancient cultures, where breaking or burying them was part of their life cycle. The Jomon world was not isolated in spirit. Across Eurasia and Africa, figurines accompanied early human ritual. From the clay goddesses of Ketalyuk in Anatolia to the stone idols of Neolithic Europe, human hands shaped the unseen into physical form. Yet the Doggers stand apart. They are not clearly gods, nor ancestors, nor everyday objects. They are something stranger, as though meant to occupy the space between. Some modern interpretations, speculative and controversial, even suggest the Dogger depict figures in elaborate costumes, garments resembling armor, helmets, or suits of otherworldly design. Their broad eyes, interpreted by some as lenses, have drawn comparisons with visions of beings from beyond. But whether these impressions reveal something ancient or project modern myth onto old clay. The Dogger themselves remain silent. What is certain is their placement in ritual context. Many were found in middens, not thrown away as refuse, but carefully placed among offerings. Others lie in burial sites, suggesting they accompanied the dead. In this, they may echo the role of companions, clay vessels for spirit guides, meant to walk with the soul into another world. The very act of making them carried meaning. To form clay with fire is to transform earth into permanence, to give shape to what is formless. For the Jomen, whose lives were interwoven with forests, rivers, and sea, the Dogger may have embodied that transformation, a bridge between earth and spirit, between the living and the beyond. When archaeologists first uncovered them in the late 19th century, they puzzled over their strangeness. Early interpretations dismissed them as toys or decorative art, yet their placement, their consistency across centuries, argued otherwise. They were never casual. Each Dogger appears deliberate, purposeful. Even when its exact role slips from us today, they are treasured as cultural artifacts of Japan's prehistoric past, displayed in museums with reverence. But in truth, they remain closer to mystery than explanation. To gaze upon a Dogger is to feel the weight of human intention pressed into clay thousands of years ago, an intention that resists final interpretation. Were they mothers, shamans, protectors? Were they guides for the dying, or witnesses of celestial rhythms? Each possibility lingers, but none fully satisfies. What the Dogger remind us is that ancient people carried with them ways of seeing the world we cannot reconstruct entirely. Their symbols are not ours. Their language of clay speaks in echoes we hear faintly, and perhaps that is their power, that they remain enigmatic, holding their meaning just beyond our grasp, so that we continue to wonder. In the silence of the Dogger lies a truth unspoken, that humanity has always sought to bridge the visible and the invisible, to shape mystery into form, and to leave behind objects that outlive their makers. In these small clay beings, the Jomen left not only art, but a fragment of their soul, waiting quietly for us to listen. And so, the Doggers sit behind glass cases, or rest in quiet soil, still staring outward with wide, unblinking eyes, not demanding answers, but inviting us into their mystery. The chapter closes softly here, with clay figures watching across millennia, reminding us of a world once vibrant, once alive with rituals we can barely glimpse, a world where even small hands of clay carried the weight of eternity. Chapter 21. The Oracle Bones. China's ancient divinations. Beneath the yellow earth of northern China, archaeologists once lifted from the soil fragments of bone and shell that bore strange, deliberate marks. The surfaces were smoothed by human hands, the lines carved with intent, and in their scorched hollows, the memory of fire remained. These were not ordinary remnants of life or death. They were messages, cast across 3,000 years, carrying the whispers of kings and diviners who sought counsel from the unseen. The people of the Shang dynasty, dwelling along the Yellow River between the 16th and 11th centuries BCE, lived in a world alive with spirits. To them, the universe was not silent. The ancestors watched, the heavens governed, and the natural forces that shaped harvests, floods, and warfare spoke with voices that demanded interpretation. Yet those voices were hidden, cloaked in mystery. To hear them required ritual, sacrifice, and tools of power. It is here that the oracle bones emerge, at once humble and profound, the shoulder blades of oxen, the plastrons of turtles, made into conduits between earth and sky. The ritual began in solemn preparation. The bone or shell was selected carefully, polished until its surface was fit to hold words. Then, with knife or chisel, scribes etched questions upon its questions on the fate of harvests, the outcome of battles, the sickness of the king, the blessing of ancestors. These were not idle curiosities, but matters upon which the life of the dynasty hung. Will the rains come? Shall we attack the tribe across the river? Will the queen's child be born safely? Each line cut into the surface carried the weight of collective fear, hope, and necessity. Once inscribed, the bones were prepared for fire. Small pits or grooves were carved into the underside, precise and measured. Heated rods of metal were then pressed into them. The sudden contact of heat with bone created cracks that spread across the surface. To modern eyes, they seem random, but to the diviners of the Shang court, each crack spoke with meaning. Its direction, its sharpness, the branching of its lines, these were the replies of the spirits, the voices of ancestors, the decrees of heaven. It was not a solitary act. These divinations unfolded within the ritual life of the Shang kings, who stood at the center of the visible and invisible order. The king himself was often the chief diviner, holding both political and spiritual authority. Around him gathered attendants, scribes, and ritual specialists. In the dim glow of firelight, the bones cracked sharply, echoing like hidden thunder. While the questions of empire hung suspended in the air, what remains remarkable is that the diviners not only interpreted the cracks, they also recorded them alongside the carved questions. They inscribed the answers, sometimes even noting whether the prediction later proved true. In this, the oracle bones stand as the earliest known form of Chinese writing, the ancestor of a script still in use today. When we gaze upon the etched characters of those bones, we are witnessing the birth of a written tradition that would carry forward through dynasties, shaping literature, law, and memory for millennia. The language itself, though ancient, is legible to scholars as a direct precursor to modern Chinese. Characters for the sun, the moon, rain, grain, ancestors etched in fragile bone-bear shapes, still recognizable today. They bind us across time, a living continuity from the Shang diviners to the modern world. Yet beyond the development of script lies the deeper ritual significance. The oracle bones were not mere fortune-telling devices. They were woven into a worldview where cosmic order, known as the mandate of heaven in later centuries, was already forming. The cracks were not random accidents, but the articulation of will messages from ancestors who watched from the realm of the dead, or from deities who governed the forces of nature. To ignore these messages would have been to invite chaos. To listen was to remain aligned with the rhythms of heaven and earth. Over time, more than 100,000 fragments of oracle bones have been uncovered, especially at the site of Anyang, the last capital of the Shang dynasty. Excavated in the early 20th century, they astonished scholars, not only for their historical content, but for their sheer volume. Here were archives of divination, a library of bones, each carrying questions that once trembled on the lips of kings. The inscriptions reveal names of rulers, records of sacrifices, accounts of battles, offering us one of the first windows into Chinese history written by its own hand. Still, there remains mystery. Why these particular materials, turtle plastrons and ox scapulae, both carried symbolic weight. The turtle, long lived and bound to the element of water, was associated with cosmic endurance and wisdom. The ox, sacrificed in ritual, offered its strength to the ancestors. To carve into their remains was not arbitrary, it was to take life itself, transform it, and make it a vessel of communication. There is also the question of fire. Too many traditions, fire is a purifier, a revealer, a force that strips away concealment. When pressed into bone, it did not destroy, but unveiled, forcing hidden patterns to the surface. The cracks became a script of the unseen, a dialogue between the natural and the supernatural. In this way, divination was both an act of destruction and creation, a breaking open of matter to release meaning. What we sense in these rituals is the profound seriousness with which ancient peoples approached the unknown. To the Shang, the future was not left to chance. It was negotiated, consulted, aligned. Each decision of war or peace, planting or harvest, illness or recovery, was framed within this sacred conversation. The bones, now brittle in museum cases, once glowed red with heat, alive with significance. Scholars sometimes debate whether such divination was a tool of control, reinforcing the authority of kings, or whether it was a genuine spiritual practice, believed wholeheartedly. But perhaps this distinction dissolves in the ancient context. For the Shang, the political and the spiritual were not separate realms. The king's legitimacy flowed from his ability to commune with ancestors and deities. To govern was to divine, and to divine was to govern. Even today, the oracle bones hum with quiet resonance. They remind us that writing itself, in its earliest forms, was born not of mundane record-keeping, but of questions pressed into matter in search of cosmic guidance. The first texts were prayers, not laws. They were cracks of fire, not ink. And in their echoes, we hear humanity's ancient hunger to know, to connect, to be assured that the path ahead was not walked alone. Yet, as with all sacred mysteries, the oracle bones do not reveal everything. The cracks are silent now. Their meanings remain partly veiled. Their ritual atmosphere dissolved with time. We can reconstruct sequences, we can trace characters, but we cannot stand again within that room of fire and bone. Cannot hear the sharp sounds of cracking that once answered kings. Instead, we are left with fragments, each a doorway, each a reminder that the pursuit of knowledge has always walked hand in hand with reverence for the unseen. The bones ask us, still, what is the nature of the future? What voices linger beyond the veil of perception? And how do human hands, in carving, in fire, in silence, reach across to touch them? As the chapter draws toward quiet, imagine the last flicker of firelight against polished bone, the king leaning forward, the diviner's eyes tracing the branching cracks. Outside, the river winds across the northern plains, stars wheel above, ancestors whisper in the night air. The questions hang, the answers are read. And then only stillness. The bones return to earth, wading through centuries, until uncovered again. What was once ritual has become archaeology. What was once prophecy has become history. And yet, for those who pause, for those who listen, the oracle bones still speak not with certainty, but with mystery. A mystery that endures, as patient as the earth itself. Chapter 22. The forgotten tongues of ritual chanson, the stillness of ancient sanctuaries. There were sounds that once carried across stone courtyards, temple walls, and desert air. They were not songs in the way we think of them today. They were chant utterances born of repetition, rhythm, and vibration. Their tones were measured, their syllables deliberate. Each sound seemed to belong less to the throat of the chanter, and more to the cosmos itself. Across the millennia, fragments of these chants remain. Some have survived through living traditions, recited daily by priests and monks. Others lie only in fragments, etched into clay tablets, recorded in weathered scripts, whose grammar is only half understood. They are the traces of a practice, both familiar and alien. A human attempt to reach beyond language into the structure of reality itself. The Vedic mantras of India are among the most enduring. Composed thousands of years ago, they remain intact, recited almost unchanged since the late Bronze Age. To the Vedic priests, these sounds were not merely symbolic, they were performative. By speaking the right words, in the right order, with the right intonation, the world itself could be aligned with cosmic order Theta. The chants were not prayers in the modern sense. They were formulas, echoes of creation, spoken in a tongue thought to be eternal, a language that belonged as much to the gods as to the humans who preserved it. On the plains of Mesopotamia, another tradition of chant once rose with the dawn. The Sumerians composed hymns for their temples, dedicated to Inanna, Enlil, and the many powers that governed their cities. These hymns were sung in a tongue, long extinct, preserved only by scribes who continued to copy them centuries after Sumer itself had vanished. Some of these chants were likely accompanied by ritual instruments, the framed drum. the lyre, the reed flute, but the voice always carried the deepest weight. It was through the human breath, the vibrating vocal cords, that the divine might be invoked. The Sumerian term, estig, ear, or wisdom, was often tied to these hymns, as though to chant was to open a channel through which the gods could listen, and perhaps respond. What is striking across so many of these cultures is the insistence that sound itself had power, not persuasion, not metaphor, but power direct, causative. In Egypt, the priests of Ammon whispered invocations in the inner sanctuaries, words believed to awaken the god's presence within the temple. The very act of speaking was generative, as it had been in the creation myths, where the first god brought the cosmos into being by uttering the secret names of things. The ritual chants echoed that original act, renewing creation again and again. Each syllable, a spark, rekindling the flame of order. There is a rhythm here, a pulse that transcends geography. In Greece, the Orphic hymns were whispered in mystery. Rites, their cadence, carrying initiates into states of altered awareness. In pre-Columbian Mesoamerica, chants accompanied human offerings, aligning the heartbeat of the sacrificer with the greater cycles of time. Among the Dogon of Mali, ritual recitations echo cosmologies so ancient they are said to have been handed down by celestial teachers. What were these chants, truly? To modern ears, they can sound obscure, sometimes monotonous, even opaque. But perhaps that is the point. They were not meant to be understood in the way we process meaning now, as rational ideas or linear argument. They were designed to bypass ordinary cognition, to shape attention, to harmonize breath with group rhythm, to alter the very consciousness of those who recited and those who listened. The anthropologist who listens to a shamanic chant in Siberia, or a Navajo night chant in the American Southwest, may note the hypnotic qualities, the way repetition reshapes perception of time, the way droning tones can open inner landscapes. Modern science now observes that such sounds can entrain brainwaves, induce trance states, alter physiology. Yet for the ancients, no such explanation was needed. The chant worked because it echoed the deeper order of the cosmos. Still, many questions remain unresolved. Were the Vedic mantras originally devised for sacrifice? Or were they fragments of something older, an inheritance from a culture that predates even the Indus Valley? Why do Sumerian hymns linger in Akkadian texts long after their language fell silent? Did the Egyptian priests chant purely for the gods? Or was the ritual as much about aligning human society with celestial harmony? There is also the mystery of loss. For every chant that survives, countless others have vanished. What of the chants whispered into Paleolithic caves, echoing against painted walls by the light of flickering fire? We see the images still, the bison, the handprints, the spirals, but the sounds are gone. What syllables were uttered before the painted beasts? What names were spoken into stone? Some clues remain in the acoustics themselves. Archaeologists have discovered that certain chambers and caves, where paintings cluster, possess unusual resonance. To chant there would amplify sound, surrounding the listener, merging voice and stone. Perhaps the chants were never written down, because they were not meant to be fixed. They were performances of place, inseparable from the cavern, the temple, the ritual moment. Even in traditions that endure, much is obscured. The Vedic priests know how to recite the mantras, but their oldest layers remain only partly interpreted. The sounds are preserved, yet their meanings layered, symbolic, often obscure, open to debate. The chant has become its own vessel, carrying something that language alone cannot translate. The forgotten tongues remind us that the past was not silent. It hummed with voices. It resonated with sounds meant not for entertainment, but for transformation. To chant was to participate in a mystery older than writing, older perhaps than agriculture itself. It was the human breath, shaped into rhythm, offered back to the unseen powers that sustained life. And still, In corners of the world, echoes remain. A monk in a Himalayan monastery recites syllables that his lineage has carried for centuries. A priest in southern India chants a Rig Vedic hymn, each note matching the intonation his ancestors preserved. A Sumerian tablet, cracked and incomplete, bears a hymn whose melody is lost but whose words still speak of devotion, of longing, of divine order. What do we hear when we listen to these remnants? Perhaps more than words. Perhaps a faint resonance of the sacred itself, the lingering vibration of humanity's attempt to align its own fragile existence with the rhythm of the stars. And perhaps, somewhere in those forgotten tongues, there lies a secret we have not yet rediscovered. A secret that waits in sound, carried forward not in meaning, but in vibration. When we look more closely, it is not only the words that matter, but the spaces between them, the breath, the pauses, the silences that give the chant its shape. Ancient rituals often took place at dawn or dusk, when light shifted and shadows stretched long. In those liminal hours, the voice became a bridge, threading human consciousness into the greater cycles of the earth. The chant was not simply sound, it was time, rhythm, and atmosphere intertwined. Consider the Babylonian incantations preserved on cuneiform tablets. These were not read in solitude. They were spoken aloud, often by temple exorcists, whose role was to restore balance between human life and the unseen world of spirits. The incantations are repetitive, layered with invocations and refrains. They call upon gods, but also command demons, binding them with formulaic utterances. The power was thought to reside in the exact wording, misspeak a syllable, and the effect might unravel. Yet what lingers is not only the demand for precision, but the underlying belief that sound itself binds and unbinds, heals and harms. Far to the east, in ancient China, ritual chants wove through ceremonies long before Confucian order codified them. The Zhou Li, the rites of Zhou, describe ceremonies where music, chant, and offering intertwined, harmonizing the realm with heaven. The Shang kings, whose oracle bones revealed their divinations, almost certainly accompanied their questions. With chant, though none of those spoken patterns survive, what remains is the echo of intent, the conviction that human voices, arranged in ritual sound, could draw response from the unseen order. In the highlands of the Andes, the Inca employed chants and rituals tied to agriculture, weather, and the honoring of mountain spirits. The Apis, Quechua hymns to Pachamama, the Earth Mother, remind us that these utterances were not just about cosmic abstraction, but about immediate survival. Rain, harvest, fertility, all were sought through sound, through the cadence of words offered to the living landscape. What is striking is the convergence. Cultures separated by oceans, by centuries, by completely different languages, all discovered that sound was a tool of transformation. Not melody alone, not music as ornament, but chant measure, repetitive, reverent. Modern listeners, attuned to meaning, may miss this deeper layer. Yet to those who chanted, the vibrational effect itself was meaning. When Vedic priests spoke of mantras as eternal, they meant that the sound, not the concept, carried the creative force. When Egyptian priests guarded the secret names of gods, they feared misuse not because the words described, but because the sounds invoked. Chapter 23, The Shadow of Sacrifice, Across the Landscapes of Human History. One theme returns again and again, unsettling yet undeniable, the ritual of sacrifice. It is found carved in stone, whispered in oral tradition, preserved in fragmentary records across continents and epochs, from the stepped pyramids of Mesoamerica to the oak groves of Celtic Europe, from Shang dynasty altars to the desert temples of the Levant. The shedding of blood seems to have been a thread woven deeply into the fabric of civilization. The question lingers, like smoke rising from an ancient pyre. Why? Why would so many cultures, separated by oceans and centuries, come to the same conclusion that the offering of life itself was necessary to sustain the balance of the cosmos. When archaeologists uncovered the remains at Templo Mayor, the great ceremonial center of the Mexica, or Aztecs, they found evidence of mass sacrifices. Rows of skulls, carefully arranged in tempantly, skull racks, told of rituals where captives were laid upon stone altars, their chests opened with obsidian blades, their hearts lifted still, beating to the sky. To modern eyes, it is brutality. To those who offered and observed, it was cosmic duty. For the Mexica, the sun itself required nourishment. Without the steady rhythm of sacrifice, they feared the heavens would darken, the stars would collapse, and life would end. And yet, travel far from the Valley of Mexico to the mist-veiled forests of Iron Age Europe, and you find the echo of the same belief. Roman writers, encountering the Druids, recorded with horror the burning of captives inside vast wicker effigies. Archaeological finds in bogs across northern Europe, bodies preserved in startling detail bear marks of ritual death. Strangled, stabbed, drowned. Not the signs of crime, but of offering. These people, too, believed the blood of the chosen could stabilize the world, bring fertility, restore harmony with unseen powers. Across the seas, in ancient China, the Shang dynasty left another record. Oracle bones, inscribed with divinations, speak of rituals where humans were sacrificed to appease royal ancestors and the gods above. Excavations at Enyang, the Shan capital, reveal mass graves where victims were buried alongside kings, queens, and warriors. Their deaths were not considered wasteful. They were gateways, part of a system in which the living and the dead, the human and the divine, exchanged vitality through ritual. The universality of this pattern troubles the modern imagination. It suggests that sacrifice was not merely cruelty, born of superstition, but a practice grounded in something deeper, perhaps in a worldview once shared across humanity. Anthropologists speak of sacrifice as reciprocity, a gift exchanged with the divine, blood for rain, life for life. But when the practice repeats itself in cultures with no direct contact, the mystery deepens. Was there a primal system, a metaphysical understanding, known to early humanity and later fragmented into regional traditions? Consider the Olmec, one of the earliest civilizations of Mesoamerica. Their colossal heads and enigmatic altars suggest a culture already steeped in ritual complexity. Evidence hints that blood offerings were present here long before the rise of the Aztecs or Maya. In the same way, in Egypt, long before the building of pyramids, pre-dynastic rulers were buried with attendants who had been ritually killed to accompany them into the afterlife. Over time, the Egyptians abandoned human sacrifice, shifting toward symbolic offerings and statues. But the shadow of the practice lingers in those earliest tombs. Some researchers see in these parallels the remnants of an archaic system, one that tied the fate of the cosmos directly to the spilling of blood, not metaphorically, but literally. To shed life was to release force, to feed gods, to keep the cycles of existence turning. There are other clues, subtle, often overlooked. The myths themselves carry whispers of these lost beliefs. In the Norse sagas, Odin sacrifices himself upon the world tree, hanging 9 nights in death's shadow to gain knowledge of the runes. In Vedic hymns, the cosmic being Purusha is dismembered, and from his body the universe is formed, his mouth becoming the priests, his arms the warriors, his legs the commoners, his feet the servants. In the Hebrew scriptures, Abraham is asked to sacrifice Isaac, a story echoing the ancient demand, even as it transforms it. These myths do not describe historical events. They reveal a symbolic logic that the giving of life, whether animal, human, or divine, is bound to the renewal of order. To shed blood was not simply to kill, it was to enter into alignment with forces older and greater than humanity itself. Archaeological evidence continues to expand this shadowed picture. At the site of Göbekli Tepe, In southeastern Turkey, some of the world's oldest monumental stone structures rise from the earth, though no clear evidence of human sacrifice has been uncovered there. The imagery, animals carved in abundance, vultures standing over headless bodies, a preoccupation with death and offering. If true, it would mean that even in the deep Neolithic, ritual sacrifice was already central to human religious expression. The psychological weight of sacrifice cannot be ignored. To offer food or incense is one thing, to offer blood is another. It is a decision that demands conviction, a belief that the world truly hangs in the balance. Such acts carried immense communal gravity. They bound societies together, reminding every witness that survival was not guaranteed, that life itself required giving, sometimes at the highest cost. And yet, if we step back, the question remains unanswered. Why this? Why blood? Why life itself? Some scholars point to the primal, human experience of hunting. For countless millennia, survival depended on taking life from animals, offering gratitude, and seeking balance with the spirits of the slain. Over time, perhaps this was extended into ritual, into the offering of human life itself. Others suggest something even older, that, in the shared dreamscape of early humanity, in visions and altered states, a metaphysical system was revealed, one which demanded life for life. We cannot know for certain, but what we can say is this: wherever humans sought to touch the divine, the pattern of sacrifice emerges, not always the same, not always bloody, but always present in shadow. The Aztec priest, standing on the pyramid steps, the Celtic druid beneath the oak, the Shan king before the ancestral altar. Each believed that the universe was fragile, and that without offering, it could fall into ruin. Today, we struggle to imagine their conviction. We live in an age where death is hidden, sanitized, pushed to the margins. For them, it was central. It was a bridge, and perhaps that is the truest mystery of all, that across so many lands, so many cultures, humans believed they could feed the cosmos with their own life. The shadow of sacrifice lingers not only in archaeology, not only in myth, but in the very structure of our imagination. It whispers in stories of gods dying and rising, in the rituals of blood and wine, in the idea that to give fully is to participate in something greater, whether remnants of a lost metaphysical system, or convergent echoes of humanity's oldest fears and hopes. The truth remains just beyond reach, and so we stand, centuries later, gazing at skull racks, at bog bodies, at broken altars. We listen to the silence where chants once rose. We try to imagine what they felt as the knife fell, as the fire blazed, as the offering was given. We cannot know, but we can feel the gravity, the shadow, the haunting recognition that to our ancestors, the cosmos itself seemed to thirst. And in that recognition, the mystery deepens, waiting for the next chapter to unfold. When we trace the pattern further, our path leads to the ancient Mediterranean. Here too, beneath the Mediterranean sun, sacrifice took on its own shape. Some whispered, some shouted across time. In Carthage, the great Phoenician colony in North Africa, archaeologists uncovered the Tophet, a vast open-air sanctuary where thousands of urns were found, each containing the ashes and bones of infants and young children. For centuries, debate has surrounded this site. Were these the remains of natural deaths, ritually cremated in grief? Or were they deliberate sacrifices, given to the god Baal-Hammon and his consort Tanit, to secure the city's prosperity and the favor of the divine? Ancient Greek and Roman authors accused the Carthaginians of offering their own children, throwing them into fires as drums and flutes drowned out their cries. Some modern scholars resist this interpretation, suggesting bias in hostile accounts. Yet the bones remain, silent witnesses. Whether through devotion or necessity, Carthage carried the shadow of sacrifice in its heart. Farther east, in Mesopotamia, the royal tombs of Ur yield their own story, excavated in the 1920s by Sir Leonard Woolley. These burial pits revealed processions of attendants who had drunk poison or been slain to accompany their rulers into the next world. In the Great Death Pit, nearly 70 bodies lay arranged with jewelry, instruments, and chariots, as though frozen in a solemn ritual of departure. These were not victims of war or plague. They were participants in a ceremonial crossing, their lives surrendered for the eternal prestige of their king and queen. Death itself was transformed into offering. Again and again, the pattern repeats. In South America, the Inca performed the Copacoca rituals, where children were selected for their purity, dressed in fine garments, given maize beer and coca leaves, and led to mountain peaks. There they were left to die of exposure, high among the clouds, offered to the Apis, the mountain spirit sand, to Inti, the sun. Archaeologists have found their frozen bodies, preserved in snow for centuries, their faces calm, as if in sleep. These were not deaths born of cruelty, but of reverence, a belief that the children would not die, but live among the gods. In each of these places, sacrifice was not isolated. It was systemic, tied to the calendar, the seasons, the stars. It was part of the architecture of belief, and as we see the vastness of its reach, the question presses harder. How did so many civilizations arrive at the same conclusion? Was it simply human fear, projecting necessity onto divine beings? Or was it a deeper inheritance and echo of a primordial vision, carried forward through cultures that never touched? Some propose that human sacrifice was once universal, later suppressed or transformed. In Greece, for example, myth remembers Iphigenia, the daughter of Agamemnon, offered to appease Artemis before the voyage to Troy. Some versions of the story say she was killed, others that the goddess spared her at the last moment. Such tales may reflect a transition, where sacrifice moved from literal blood to symbolic substitution. Over time, the act itself became unacceptable, yet the memory lingered in myth, as if humanity could not quite let it go. Even in the Hebrew tradition, echoes remain. The binding of Isaac, known as the Akedah, is one of the most haunting passages in the ancient scriptures. Abraham, commanded to sacrifice his son, raises the knife and is stopped only at the last instant. The ram caught in the thicket becomes the substitute. This story, placed at the foundation of a faith, reflects not the absence of sacrifice, but its transformation. The demand remains, but it is answered differently. Perhaps this is the deepest key. Sacrifice evolved, but it never disappeared. It became ritual without blood, offering without death. Wine poured instead of blood, bread broken instead of flesh. The act shifted into symbol, but the structure remained the giving, the offering, the exchange. And so, we see that the shadow of sacrifice does not belong only to the past. It lingers in ritual language, in liturgies, in myths of dying gods who restore life through their own death. It is not erased, only hidden, reshaped into forms more bearable to the human heart. Still, the question remains, why was the shedding of life once thought so essential? Why blood, of all things, as the bridge between the human and the divine? Science offers one kind of answer. Blood is life, visible and undeniable. To see it flow is to confront mortality, to witness vitality, itself leaving the body. Perhaps ancient peoples believed that this vital essence, once released, was received directly by unseen powers. But another possibility lingers, unspoken yet profound, that in some forgotten age, humanity glimpsed a reality we no longer perceive, that perhaps the cosmos, as they knew it, truly did hunger for offering, that the cycles of sun and soil, rain and harvest, were felt as fragile, and the cost of balance was life itself. We cannot know. The evidence lies in bones, in altars, in half-remembered myths. What we do know is that for our ancestors, sacrifice was not cruelty, but necessity. It was the highest expression of devotion. and the most solemn act a community could perform. As the fire burned in Carthage, as the drums sounded in Mexico, as the cold winds swept the Inca peaks, the same truth was felt. To give life was to enter the deepest covenant, to hold back the unraveling of the world. And so, the shadow remains. In the earth, in memory, in ritual echoes. The human impulse to offer, to give, to surrender even to the point of life itself, has never fully vanished. It waits, silent, beneath the surface of history. Perhaps, when we close our eyes and imagine those distant rituals, what unsettles us is not only the act itself, but the recognition that our ancestors may have been answering a call we can no longer hear. Chapter 24. The closing circle. There comes a moment, after wandering through fragments of temples, after listening to echoes of prayers carved into stone, when one realizes that the trail does not end in answers. It ends instead in a hush. A circle closes, not with revelation, but with the recognition that some rituals were never meant to be spoken of in plain language. They belonged to the silence between words, to the gestures of fire and water, to the rhythms of drums that bypass the mind and speak directly to the body, the breath, the soul. Across civilizations, patterns emerge, yet just as swiftly, they dissolve. A stone altar may tell us of offerings, yet not the inner meaning. A mask recovered from a burial ground reveals the presence of ceremony, but not the whispered chants it once accompanied. From the Arctic shamans, who danced in trance, to the desert mystics, who raised fires to the sky, the truth of the ritual often retreats the closer we approach. Perhaps this is not failure. Perhaps it is fidelity. For ritual is not an explanation, but an act. It is less about being understood, and more about being experienced. To write down a rite in a tablet, or to preserve it fully in words, would be to empty it of its living power. That is why the greatest rituals resisted translation into mere text. They were preserved instead in the pulse of repetition movements, chants, pilgrimages, circles of fire, journeys taken not once, but endlessly, until meaning was carried, not in thought but in memory, of the body. Consider the Eleusinian mysteries of ancient Greece. For 2,000 years, pilgrims walked the sacred way from Athens to Eleusis, entering a great hall where, it is said, they beheld something that changed their understanding of life and death. Yet no record survives of what they saw. Silence was the law, and silence was kept. All we know is that the initiates emerged, transformed, speaking of hope in the face of death, as though they had glimpsed another order of reality. The rite itself remains unbroken, guarded not by secrecy alone, but by its very nature. Words cannot capture what the soul beholds in its own private vision, or turn to the Maya of Central America. Their temples and plazas remain, filled with carvings of kings and elaborate headdresses, of gods demanding blood, of celestial alignments precise to the movement of Venus. The codices, those fragile books of painted glyphs, were nearly all burned by the fires of conquest. What remains are fragments enough to see the outlines of their cosmic theater, but not the heart of the script. To scholars, the Maya remain partly unknowable. To the Maya themselves, the rites were not for strangers, not for the curious, but for those who belonged within the circle of their world. So too in the high Himalayas, where the Bon and Buddhist masters wove mandalas of colored sand, only to sweep them away as soon as they were completed. The destruction was not a loss, but the ritual itself, a teaching that beauty and cosmos, order and harmony, are fleeting. We can describe the sand, the colors, the sweeping away, but the meaning, the pulse of presence in the act, dissolves with the grains themselves. The truth may be this: rituals resist us because they are not objects to be studied. They are encounters. They are thresholds. To step into them is to pass into a space where language falters. Their guardianship of mystery may not be a barrier to keep us out, but an invitation to enter differently, to enter with reverence, not Analysis. When anthropologists ask why certain societies guarded their rites, they often find layers of answers. Some say it was power, that priests held knowledge to maintain control. Others say it was protection, for rituals lose their vitality when exposed to ridicule or misunderstanding. And perhaps, more deeply still, it was recognition that what is sacred cannot be held in the open without being diminished. Mystery is not weakness. It is strength, preserved through silence. Even in our own age, fragments of this truth linger. Consider how music can move us without explanation, or how a gesture can mean more than a paragraph of words. These are not logical, yet they carry us inward, downward, towards something elemental. Ritual operates in this same dimension, one step removed from reason, one step deeper into being. The circle closes because it must. Every culture knew that life itself is a circle, dawn returning to dawn, the seed to the sprout to the harvest, breath in and breath out. Rituals mirrored this cycle, and many were designed to end in silence, returning the participant not with new information, but with a changed state of being. What mattered was not what could be said afterward, but what was carried within. And so, as we reflect on the countless rites scattered across time, some remembered, others forever lost, we are faced with the possibility that their resistance to explanation is their greatest gift. They remind us that not all things yield to the grasp of the mind, that beyond the reach of archaeology, beyond the patience of scholarship, there is a realm where meaning is lived, not defined. We close this journey, then, not by solving, but by honoring the silence of the Eleusinian Hall, honoring the guarded fires of the Maya priests, honoring the circle of stones raised on misty hillsides, whose true purpose still evades us, honoring the countless unnamed rituals that will never be uncovered, never be spoken of, but that once bound human beings to earth, to sky, to each other, and to the mystery that sustains existence. Perhaps this is the oldest ritual of all, the honoring of mystery itself. To bow before what we cannot grasp, to accept that the sacred was never meant to be fully seen, but only approached with humility, with awe, and with silence. The circle closes now, as it always has, yet within that circle, the fire still glows, and though we may not know the words, we can feel the warmth.